Ladies and gentlemen, it's PLO night. TCH Dallas, we're back at it again. Thanks for tuning in on your Wednesday night. We're playing 1-2-5 Uncapped PLO, 4-card hold'em, if you will. My name's Ben Kirby, your esteemed commentator for tonight's stream. We're going to be joined later by our fearless leader, Victor, in the booth. But for now, it's just going to be me. We're playing 1-2-5 PLO, 4 cards in the hole. You got to play 2 and exactly 2 cards. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. We had an outstanding stream last night with over 750 people at the max, and we're about to kick this thing off with hand number 1. It looks like some form of bomb pot's about to go down. $15 bomb pot. I wonder if we'll have 1 or 2 boards. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Shout out to the dealer repping it for St. Patty's Day. And I hope everyone is having a fun St. Patrick's Day. Thanks for spending your time, your holiday with us tonight. We're going live from TCH Dallas off Harry Hines Boulevard. 1-2-5 PLO as we get cards initially in the air. Before we get started, or as we get started, I wanted to remind everybody that we do have a massive multi-day, multi-club poker tournament coming up, a $500,000 guaranteed no-limit hold'em tournament between all the TCH clubs, April 8th through the 11th. It's an $800 buy-in, unlimited re-entries, and a $500K guarantee, and we're looking to smash that guarantee, double it, triple it. I mean, the turnouts for these tournaments, these big tournaments, have been bananas. So if you love tournaments, or if you want to take a shot and try to turn $800 into a 6-figure score, come through to any of your TCH locations, Houston, Austin, Rio Grande Valley, Dallas, and get into day 1. And then our final day 2 will be live at TCH Dallas for the final table and ultimately the crowning of the champion of that $500K guarantee. So let's take a look at this first hand. We're playing PLO bomb pot. I think we played a bomb pot. Yeah, $15 out there, 9-7 king. We'll wait for all these cards to get scanned. Shout out to the chat. Shout out to everybody that's an early bird on the stream. Draven Barnyard. Nice. I need to study up on PLO. As of right now, it's the equivalent of bingo to me. Yeah, it's a different speed, and you got to have a different tolerance for risk for PLO, but it's super fun because there's all these options out there. You got to have the roll, and you got to have the tolerance for risk. So we look like we're seeing an $85 bet from Zach with a pair, backdoor diamond draw, straight draw. And as we see some of these napkins get folded out, looks like we've got 2 callers, DFS Brat and Joe with, let's see, kings and nines, a straight draw, backdoor flush draw. Okay, so Zach hits 2 pair with his straight draw. DFS Brat has an open-ended straight draw. Just a naked open-ended straight draw. Joe still has 2 pair and a gutter ball to a king-high straight. And this is the challenge of PLO. There's like all these different options and all these different combinations of hands that you got to pay attention to. And people are firing already. Zach is putting it in there. It's like $210. Search T definitely going to fire a bullet in the $500K guarantee. I'm due for some run good. Yeah, aren't we all? Come through, baby. Be sure to smash that like button if you haven't already. We had some newcomers in the stream last night, and I think it's a testament because of the smashing of the like button by the chat and the viewers of the stream. So do so if you haven't already. Let's serve up some content to the YouTube community. This is the best poker content you could find on a Wednesday night. As we go to Zach, who bet out 210, and DFS Brad is contemplating a call with his open-ended straight draw. Looks like he's probably going to fold that out for essentially a pot-sized bet. Now Joe's got to contemplate whether or not he's going to continue with top 2 pair and a gutter ball. 56% equity here. He doesn't realize how good a shape he's in. Zach essentially basically semi-bluffing. And PLO, bottom two pair, isn't exactly a value hand. And we will see how this plays out. Again, happy St. Patrick's Day to everybody. I hope you're having a fun St. Patty's Day, a fun, safe St. Patty's Day. And if you've got nothing going on, be sure to come by TCH Dallas. We've got maxed out full tables. The action has been going since noon today, and it's only due to get better and better. So come through if you're looking for some poker action as we continue to wait for response to this $210 bet. Okay, it looks like the FS Brat called the 215 with an open-ended straight draw, and Joe's contemplating a call. He folded. Okay. P Fox. Okay. Looks like it's going to go check, and DFS Brad doesn't want to take a stab at it. And P Fox is going to take it down with, I think, what, 9s and 7s for an $820 pot. Pat, always looking fresh in those tracksuits. Absolutely. It's a nice look if you can pull it off, and he's rocking it. Nice $810 pot there. Chip counts, looks like the max buy-in so far has been $2,000 playing 125. It's plenty of chips, and those chips are going to go in the middle pretty quickly since we're playing PLO. PLO, if there's anybody new here, that stands for Pot Limit Omaha, meaning you can only bet the max you can bet is the amount of the pot. But don't let that fool you because the pots get pretty intense pretty quick. Again, my name's Ben Kirby. Pleasure being in the booth again after having an insane stream last night playing 5-10 Uncapped, and we're going to be doing that again next week on Tuesday night. Set your calendars. We're starting off real nice and real intense this week. Tuesday night, Wednesday night, and Saturday night. Playing cash games during the week and tournaments on the weekend. On to this next hand, playing PLO. Looked like we had a straddle. I missed the amount. It looked like it was maybe 15. Patrick here's got an interesting hand. It's a good Congress hand, a good high-low hand. PLO looks like he's going to open it up to 30. The suited ace, ace-king. Got a couple different combinations working for him. DFS Brat with a pair of jacks and a suited king. Going to come along for 30. You'll see in these lower stakes PLO games, there'll be a lot of limping and a lot less pre-flop flexing 3 bets and 4 bets because the equities run so close in PLO compared to No Limit Hold'em. So you'll see a lot more players in the pots and a lot less kind of 3 and 4 betting as we saw last night. The DFS Brat flops a full house, kings full of 7s, and I imagine it'll go check all the way to the button. Yeah, DFS Brat going to have to put a little bit out there to thin the field, but he might not get. Oh, he'll get action from Patrick, who flop trips with an ace. Not much else for anyone else, so it's probably going to go check, bet, call. Patrick's going to call here, but he knows that he's got to tread lightly because naked trips aren't as good as they are in No Limit Hold'em. They are strong, but you really need to fill up in this game, and so DFS Brat's going to improve to kings full of jacks. He's got the nutter butters right now, and so Patrick, maybe the aces are all out of the deck at this point. That's why the DFS Brat has the check mark. He needs to bet small here, I think, to keep Patrick in. He's pretty much got a hammer lock on the hand, hoping that Patrick has, nut spades, like a wrap and nut spades or something, drawing big, but also drawing dead. River here is a 7, changes nothing. DFS Brat going to take this pot down. He doesn't have a huge stack, but he's probably going to pot it and get it all in there. And we'll see if Patrick can make a call here. DFS Brat has effectively said, hey, bro, I've got a boat, and I've got a big boat. And he's going to call him. The DFS Brat's going to get max value, kings full of jacks. Nut, right there. Nice hand, and that's the extent of how PLO hands generally go, is boat versus top set or boat versus boat, flush over flush. It's a fun game to watch. A lot of people don't have as much experience with PLO. You know, it's if you're not playing at TCH Dallas, it's harder to find PLO games unless you're kind of in the PLO community. So, you know, obviously Hold'em is a lot more popular around the country, but PLO is growing and growing in popularity, and it attracts people that love the gamble, that love to get it in drawing. It's a fun game to play. It's also, you know, a little nerve-wracking if you're used to playing two-card, because you can easily flop the nuts or you can turn the nuts and easily get sucked out on. It's not a great feeling, but also it's a good feeling when you're on the other side of it. RG tuning in from St. Louis, watching my bro DFS. What up, RG? Hey, Jeff Chillin, tuning in from Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. Good game, guys. Thanks for coming. Citizen West, Rats thought this was Hold'em. Hey, we're playing Hold'em on Tuesday nights and Saturday nights. Switching it up a little bit. On Wednesday nights, playing 125 PLO. So on to this next hand. Zach looking down at a pair. Kings and aces are valuable pre-flop. This pair of kings is a little less valuable just because it's not as coordinated as if you had ace, ace, king, king, or king, king, queen, queen, or king, king, queen, jack, double suited, that kind of hand. You want as many coordinated combinations in your hand as possible, but it's still worth coming in, I think. But you're also not trying to jam it in as much pre-flop with just a naked pair of kings. And Carlos has one of those kind of sneaky PLO rundown hands, 8-7-6-4. It'd be great if you had a couple suits there. But those kind of hands can generally win big pots in PLO, high only. Not a good hand in high-low, but in high only, those hands can be pretty good if you can get them for cheap. So we're going four-handed to this flop, Queen 5-10. So DFS Brat flops nut flush draw and a, just trying to keep up with this. Okay, so it looks like Isnail turned a straight to the queen. And DFS Brat has the nut heart draw. He's not going anywhere. And he also technically has he's got a Broadway draw as well. So he's got nut flush, he's got a nut heart draw and a draw to Broadway. If he hits a king, and we know that Zach has got most of the kings locked up already. Big Holcomb, nice 3 streets of value for DFS. Take it down. Yeah, that was a good hand. That's what you want, especially when you have a stack maybe on the lower side, is to flop the nuts, turn the nuts, not get sucked out on, and get a call for your entire stack at the end. It's pretty nice. So these are kind of the spots that are complicated in PLO. When you turn a straight here, it's not the nut straight for Isnail, but he's technically got the best hand. And now Zach is going, okay, so it looks like DFS folded the nut hearts, and Zach rivered king high hearts. Isnail's going to pot it here, thinking that he's got 30 or 300? 30. Okay, so Zach's just going to call because he doesn't have nut hearts, which is different than Hold'em. He's expecting Isnail to have nut hearts when he bets out there. Maybe I'm... What is happening? Did Isnail have a boat there? I don't think so. All right, we'll have to look back at that one. Thanks to everybody tuning in. We've got 142 people watching. And a really great turnout last night for that 5-10 uncapped game. We've got a double straddle now, 1, 2, 10, 20, which effectively will increase the amount people can bet pre-flop because we're playing pot limit. Yeah, I thought so. So the previous hand, the board was misread. All right, so DFS Brad's got a pretty good hand in the hijack here. Suited ace, got a couple of straight cards, got a pair in the hole. Joe's going to fold. Isnail's got a big hand. Ace, queen, jack, jack, suited. I think that's potentially a 3-bet hand, but also it's close. Carlos, a suited ace-king with a 9-3 is also going to be in there. Zach with a rundown 9-7. Maybe it's not technically a rundown, but 9-7-6-5. And you can see by the equities here, there's nobody that's a major favorite, which is what makes this game so interesting. So Zach flops the 9-high straight. Carlos flops the nut flush draw and top pair. DFS Brat flops middle set. And Isnail's got an overpair and a straight draw to the queen. So Zach is all in for $60 flopping the straight. And so you almost don't want to flop the nuts on the flop when it's a straight like this with all the redraws, because more often than not, it feels like you're going to get drawn out on. So DFS Brat's going to re-raise with middle set of 8s. RG not a 3-bet with 3 suit. Okay, good to go. Yeah, I'm still learning PLO too. It looks like a good hand though. So Zach's all in for 60. DFS Brat raises to 200. Carlos is going to call with nut hearts. Can't blame him for that. DFS Brat, can't blame him for raising with middle set, although I'm sure he doesn't feel super comfy about it, because someone could easily have a set of 9s. Somebody could easily have a straight. So now DFS Brat turns an open-ender as well as middle set. Carlos is going to jam it in there with nut hearts. For full pot, 600. And DFS Brat's contemplating a call. So Carlos is effectively saying, hey, I've got the nut straight. You better have something to draw out or have the same hand as me. So this isn't the easiest decision, because a naked set here, I mean, he's got middle set and an open-ended straight draw. He's just got to figure out how much he wants to gamble, because he knows he's behind at this point, even though Carlos is not ahead of the hand. And we're bringing in our esteemed leader at TCH Dallas. Victor is hopping in the booth with me to give his expert PLO analysis. And it looks like Carlos is going to get DFS Brat to fold, and he's going to win the side pot there. And the river is a 10 with Zach is going to actually hold up with his jack high straight. He improved on the river, dodged all those hearts, and so he's going to scoop a $351 pot. Hey, how's it going, Victor?
Hey, how's it going, everybody? Ben, how's it going in here?
It's going pretty good. It's a little chilly, but it feels good.
And that new heat that we're getting.
Yeah, and it's fun to be playing PLO tonight.
All right. Yeah, this is definitely one of my favorite games. I'm a big PLO player. Not very good player, but definitely a big player.
Yeah. And it's a lot more, to many people, it's a lot more interesting, because there's a lot more going on. There's a lot more combinations of hands. It feels like you don't have to sit there and grind in a lot of ways. A lot of people also don't know the game as well, and so sometimes it feels like you could have an edge if you do your studying and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's definitely a more casual game, at least for me. I enjoy playing it due to the fact that I can just I get to justify playing more hands, even though I don't know, a lot of people would agree that my justifications are accurate, but
yeah.
In my head they work.
Yeah, and even if you don't have great hand selection, you're not doing that bad against the field if you put money in there. You just kind of have to be able to be willing to put it in.
True. And yeah, it's definitely a game of outs. You don't want to start with something. You want to end with something in this game for sure.
Right. Yeah.
I just can't figure out how to end with anything.
Yeah. Same. I've played many a times where it's like, well, okay, I flopped the joint and I've got a redraw, and somehow I still lost this hand. It's enough to make you go crazy. But it's also nice to win those big pots, because there's usually multiple people in there.
Looks like we got a couple straddles. Looks like we're straddling pretty often in this game today, it seems. That's
yeah, it was
good.
Almost mandatory last night.
Yeah, no, last night was definitely some action, more than I anticipated, yeah. That's for sure. That was very fun to watch.
Oh, man.
Everybody had a really good time, though. That was great.
Yeah, it looked like the players were having a good time, and they were definitely splashing around with pretty significant money out there.
Yep. That was a very big 5-10, if I must say.
5-10, 25, 50, 150.
Yeah, a little something like that.
Yeah. So again, look, we're going 8 ways to a flop here. 3-3 ace. DFS Brat flops trips. Not much for anybody else, it looks like, if I'm seeing correctly. Joe's got a wheel draw, backdoor nut hearts. DFS Brat's got those trip threes of the queen. Joe's going to bet 50. That's probably going to thin the field pretty significantly. And as these players contemplate making a call here, he's probably going to get all this through. And we're gambling. We're gambling. So we got one call from Joe, drawn to a wheel. And he's going to turn no additional equity. DFS Brat improves at 92% equity. Basically, Joe has got to hit a 5 for a wheel. And he does not. And so DFS Brat with trip threes and a queen, going to bet a little bit for value here. And Joe can't call a single dollar, I don't think. Nice hand to DFS Brat. West Virginia checking in. Chip, thanks for tuning in, buddy. Undeus Duckworth, finally a PLO stream. Yes, sir. We in here gambling.
Yeah, we definitely want to mix it up, see kind of get a little variety off right out the gate to see kind of what the feedback is from the community, what we guys want to see. We're always open up to suggestions. If you guys, there's something you guys would like to see more than others, definitely. You could always email us at dallas@texascardhouse.com. We got all the managers checking that pretty frequently, so any feedback you got, throw it our way.
Yeah, and the staff has been great about accommodating the players and what they want to do. I mean, Dallas specifically has had a very wide variety of games based on the players' recommendations. So, I mean, at any time of the day, we're playing Congress, we're playing PLO high, we're playing a round of each, which is PLO high and PLO high-low. There's a 1-3 dealer's choice game where there's a mix of like 10 games that you can choose from. A lot of different mixed games if you're trying to play something other than Hold'em. And then also we always have 10-plus tables of No Limit Hold'em going as well. The DFS Brat playing a heater a bit. He's got another pretty good PLO starting hand here, raising it up to 40, it looks like, 35. The pot. Joe's going to come along with suited 6-5, ace-8. And BJ in there with jack-9, 8-7. And he is going to 3-bet to 100. I like that. And the cutoff with a very nice drawing hand. Just going to get Patrick to come along. Jack 10, 9-9 suited. DFS Brat's going to call, and Joe is going to get priced in, I think, with any 4 cards. So we're going 4-handed to this pot, and this is going to be a bigger one. So we're going 4-handed to this flop. DFS Brat, despite having pocket kings, somehow only has 1% equity going to a flop. And flop is ace 9-3. Patrick flops a pair and he flops a set as well as a redraw to diamonds. Joe is going to have a pair of aces with an ace kicker. BJ with naked pair of 9s, some backdoor straight draws. Patrick's got a huge hand right here. So he's going to want to put it in as much as he can. So he's going to repot it, or he's going to pot it. BJ bet 150 as a continue, and Patrick's going to try to get as much money in there as possible because he has got a pretty hammer lock on this hand. And I imagine this is going to get through. I mean, BJ's just got a pair and got no redraw, really. I mean, he's got technically a straight redraw, but that's not super strong. The draw is not super strong. And he's going to think about it for a second, but I don't think there's any way he can call a repop bet there.
BJ'd have to pull a pretty interesting trick out of his sleeves to take that pot down.
Yeah. So good hand of Patrick. I mean, those are the hands that you like to see is flopping big and having a big redraw. And he was fortunate to not be up against better diamonds, like a king diamond or queen diamond. But even so, he could have easily boated up. And so that's a hand that you want to put as much money in as possible. So we've got 192 watching now, 6:24 p.m. on a Wednesday night. Thank you to everyone that's joining us. It's been super fun to get the live streams going over at TCH Dallas, giving Austin a run for their money. So now you can get poker content pretty much every single night from Texas Card House, almost every single night between Austin and Dallas, if you're into that kind of thing, which I know a lot of you are. So, again, if you're in the chat, be sure to hit that like button. I see the likes going up. Be sure to tell the algorithm that this is the poker content to watch. And let us know where you're watching from. We already seen a couple international viewers. Be sure to let us know where you're viewing from. And if you're a regular at one of the TCH locations, we'd love to hear from you. And if you're at a TCH location, also let us know where you're double DJing, watching and playing at the same time. So as we go into the next hand, Carlos has got a pair of aces. Not much else to go with it other than a nice Broadway card in the cutoff, and he just calls 45 after BJ raised. Double suited queen 10 6 deuce. Isnail's got a double suited ace king here that will probably continue. Yeah, so pot limit pre-flop, you can kind of get in cheap here until somebody 3-bets it, and so you're going to see a lot of people limping and completing here with maybe speculative hands, but that's kind of the draw. It's like it's a chance for anybody to hit a flop here.
Yeah, it's one of those things especially with the PLO, a lot of people feel a little bit more inclined to call because they feel like they're protected by the pot limit, but you can quickly realize that can get out of control quick. You throw in $50 saying, all right, it's 50, don't have to worry too much, and then pot comes around and boom, that's it.
Yeah.
You set $50 on fire.
That's right. So Jack of diamonds on the turn. Debo hits his straight, queen high straight, and nobody's got diamonds, surprisingly enough. Imagine that card is going to slow people down, though, because in PLO, often you assume that someone's got a flush if the flush is out there. River 7. So Debo has got his straight to the queen, and he's going to check, just hoping to get to showdown to take this pot down. I think if any bet comes out, it's going to be hard for him to call because he doesn't have a nut straight and he doesn't have a diamond flush. Maybe if it's heads up, maybe he can make one call here if he knows something about the player. But there's a good chance that this bet gets through. Yeah, see, he didn't even think about folding the queen high straight. And I mean, I think that's a common practice playing PLO. If you got a straight, it's not that great if diamonds and a better straight are out there. So probably a disciplined fold. Maybe, he'll look back and be disappointed he didn't call. But I think in the long run, it's not that great to be calling off big bets on the river with just a straight that's not even the nuts, or not even the nut straight. Is this Leon Soon? L Soon uploads? Vic in the box.
That must be.
Looney G.
Sorry.
Shouldn't you be working, man?
Sorry, no mixed games on this stream. Anytime soon.
Kansas City, Oklahoma. Double Oklahoma. What's up, y'all? Thanks for tuning into the stream. Up to 214 people watching. $10 straddle out there. On to this next PLO hand. These dealers work hard. Playing the 4 and 5 card games, they got to do a lot of work to get the cards out to everybody. And these are some of the best dealers in the game. So I talked about the $500K guaranteed tournament. Walk us through the free rolls that are going on this month.
Yeah, so anybody that's played 10 hours this in a single week can qualify for one of the satellite free rolls that we do on Sunday. This will be the last one coming up for this Sunday. And then the following Sunday, we actually have a $20,000 free roll that everybody's qualifying for. You can qualify a couple different ways. You can do the satellites as well as play 50 hours in any of those given weeks. But also if you just play 100 hours total for the entire month, so if you have a few hours locked up already and you can still grind those hours, you can still qualify for the free roll. It's going to be $20,000. We add it right to the prize pool. It's kind of just one of those. No rebuys. Nobody's going to be able to buy their way into this. Just play your hours, get it qualified, and be the best player, or
nice.
at least run the best.
Yeah. Nice. Yeah, that's a nice promotion for those players that are putting in the hours here. It's a nice way to give back. And that's a nice prize pool for a free roll, I'd say.
Yeah, it's something important. We realize that, we've got a lot of players putting in a ton of hours. I mean, I've seen some of these data points, and I'm like, whoa. I'm like, all right. I didn't even know we were open that many hours, but that's cool. So, I want to make sure we take care of those that, take care of us, and that, we're also offering opportunities for those that can't play as often, and keep it kind of balanced for the entire field, if you want to call it.
For sure. Yeah, that's great. Super fun. And last month we had a successful promotion with the drawings for February, and
yeah, every one of those hit a 3x multiplier. Felt like so that was great. Oh, all right, guys.
Love
got
paying
the
that
rewards. Hey, that's all right. I'm okay with it. Those guys put more than enough hours into to deserve that. So
yeah, and it attracted a good presence, especially on Mondays, to be present for the drawings. I thought that was good for the game all around. So far it's been pretty tame, pretty straightforward. Not a bunch of moves have been made so far, but I imagine these players just getting used to each other. I noticed some familiar faces that sometimes play with us in the limit mix game, but I imagine a lot of these guys are the PLO regs. Recognize Patrick in the tracksuit.
That's his famous thing right there. Is that tracksuit, man? I've seen that guy come in with some amazing stuff sometimes. I told him he needs to get a custom made TCH Live one.
Yeah.
We'll lock him up a seat.
Yeah. So he's going to open it up to 40 with Jack check 7-5, one suit. Zach's in there for 40, ace 9, 4 deuce. P Fox is in there with a pair of sevens, suited king.
Yeah, so one thing I like about this game, man, you could just choose so many different angles to take a shot at for the flop and stuff because you know people are going certain ways. You know, they're going to play their suited aces and stuff like that. So it's a lot easier to win with these smaller hands than it is in like Hold'em and stuff.
Yeah.
It's also a lot easier to get walked into a trap too. So
right, yeah. I mean, you have to work on your hand selection and your hand reading skills a little bit, but it is good because you can get in cheap for a lot of flops and hands like the 9-9-8-6 or maybe even the 6-4-3 deuce, even though it folded. Not for this flop, but get the right flop, it can really pay off for you. So Debo flops kings full of tens, and not much for anybody else. His nail's got turns Broadway, so that might keep him in for one.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll put at least a bet in there. So.
Patrick's going to continue thinking, all right, nobody bet the flop, and so maybe I'm good here. Take this down with Jackson tens. It's probably not good, but Debo, we know, is trapping. $600 stack. Looks like he's just going to it looks like he's repotting it. He's going to get it all in there and probably get this through unless Isnail, I hope I'm saying his name right, Isnail wants to call with his Broadway. Debo's all in. Joe folded. Isnail folded. Patrick is probably going to deliberate for a second and then fold.
Yeah, let's say it'd be tough for him to call there.
Nice $987 pot, flopping kings full. So that's what you want to see when you've got kind of naked pocket kings in the hole there, is just flop it and not let anybody else catch up.
Yeah, those top sets are pretty powerful. But the one thing I've learned in this game is, man, those bottom sets do not pay off at all.
Right.
Nothing like Hold'em. Actually,
yeah, those get you in very expensive trouble.
Actually, I think about my bottom sets hold very well either. So maybe it's about the same.
Yeah. Yeah. But it's good for the game.
This is true.
And it's all in fun. So we're playing 1, 2, 10, 20. So that means you can open it up to $73. Is that the correct math?
It'd be 75. Yeah, we round
just
up.
round it up.
Yeah,
$75.
Any loose change, we usually just round to the fives in the 1 through 5 PLOs. Some places do down, some places do true pot, but we found it makes the game run a little smoother when you don't have to.
Yeah, I imagine the dealers appreciate that as well, especially when they're trying to calculate.
Yeah, you've got a lot going on as a dealer, and sometimes that 279 pot goes two times back to back real quick. You go, oh man.
Yeah.
I don't
and
have
nobody's splitting hairs over a $3
Yeah.
roundup.
Generally, it doesn't matter too much.
Edward Lee, what was the purpose of that push? I mean, yeah, there's a chance that maybe a call there gets you paid more, but also, that that turn hits a lot of people's ranges playing PLO. So maybe he thought he was just going to get paid right there and wanted to take that chance to double up.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't a ton more for him to call, but I could see, it flatting there as well. I mean, that can definitely induce maybe an additional call in there and get an extra $200 or so. So
yeah, it's close. Dan Santos, nice job on the stream so far, guys. Thanks, Dan. Thanks for tuning in, buddy.
Yeah, I appreciate that very much.
We're having a good time at TCH Dallas. If you got any free time, come on by. We've got open seats. 1225, 125. We're always Playing some poker over here, unless we're closed, which is not very often.
Yeah, especially lately, man. Everybody seems to be
Y'all been going through the night?
warming up a lot more or something, or I guess people getting vaccinated a little more, getting a little bit more comfortable getting out. So we're starting to see a big flow of people coming in, lots of good action, lots of good players coming in, playing long hours. So
Nice.
we've ran 24 hours a few times in the past week at least. My staff is they're like supermen over there. They can do long shifts, way longer than I can.
Yeah, it's very impressive, and you feel for them because everybody gets appropriate breaks, everybody gets the right amount of rest, but it is you do end up sitting there for a while, and they're thinking straight, and they're doing complex mental math, and serving up a really good service any time of day. So Joe here is going to bet essentially the pot 300 into, okay, maybe not the pot.
A little under
the pot. With essentially, he's bluffing here. He's got top pair with a 10 kicker. He's trying to take it down, and BJ's got to contemplate a call with kind of middle 2 pair, which oftentimes isn't good, but given the action, he might be compelled to call. And Joe's only got 120 behind. Only has 120 behind. I'm sorry, my voice keeps going out. But yeah, it's hard to think that 2 pair is ever good here, but BJ's the type of player that might actually look him up.
Yeah, he's that board's pretty dry at this point. A lot of stuff.
No
really
straights, no
never
flushes.
Existed, really.
Yeah. So like, what are you betting here on the river?
Yeah, it's like you gotta assume that maybe he has ace deuce or something.
Good call, BJ. That's gonna be a scooper for you, bud. Nice call. $1,100. Kings and sixes.
It probably wasn't an easy call, that's for sure. Especially if ace six, ace deuce, some sort of hand like that could be there. But same time, those are usually check and try to call type of hands versus making a value bet on the river. So I think BJ might have seen a little bit of something going on there.
Yeah, very observant. RG's got a good point. That stimmy money coming in.
That's
everybody's stimulus checks hitting. Maybe that's.
I did see a meme about that.
Making people feel a little more padded in the bankroll.
I did appreciate the fact that they released that on St. Patrick's Day, so that was interesting to see.
Yeah, I mean that only benefits the game here.
Get those bars back.
Everybody feeling rich for at least a day.
Hey, that's I could use a little protection on my bankroll from that. So
yeah.
I made a couple stimulus calls in the past.
Did you?
I could recover from. I'm okay with.
It's like, all right, I'm getting the stimulus checks coming. This should be fine.
How much is it? One stimulus check? I call.
Yeah. 1, 2, 10, 10. It looked, or 1, 2, 10, 20. Over to Patrick. King, Queen, 7, 7, double suited. Under the gun. This may be a fold. I honestly don't know. By far no means a PLO genius. But he's going to open it up for 75 and get all the people out that wanted to get in for cheap. Few folds around. Joe's got a good hand. Ace, Jack, 10, 8, suited 10. Isnail's got queens and a suited 9, 6. RG, Stimmy, $1,400. Me. When is 25.50 running? Paul Waremouth. Hi from London. Love all the TCH streams. What up, Paul? I hope things are going well in London. Thanks for tuning in. So we're going 5-handed to this flop. Everybody's got a little piece of something. BJ's in there with the 3, 4, 4, 5. Suited 5. I kind of like that hand. Flops a wheel draw. Joe's going to flop trips with a jack. And he's the only one with an ace. Isnail's got just 2 pair. This is probably going to go checks around. Patrick doesn't want to stab at it against 4 other opponents. Turns a jack, so Joe is going to lock this one up with aces full of jacks. What's unfortunate is he did not rebuy, or maybe he did. That's a $500 chip. Yeah.
Pink chip there. So.
Okay, so this is fortunate for him.
About the time he wants to have a stack. So.
Do not be shy. Rebuy. Yeah, this is why you want to rebuy if you lose a big pot like that, because now you can get full value and people think maybe you're steaming. Although, imagine these guys are good enough that they're not steaming after losing, getting looked up for one bluff. He bets 100 here into 325, and he's going to take it down. Yeah. So, nice pot. Dan, I got 8,400 today because I have 4 kids. PLO time. I think the purpose might have been for the children, but maybe it goes directly to your bankroll. Maybe that's the move because you can triple it.
As long as he wins.
As long as you win, you could just triple it, man. I'm not a financial advisor, but that sounds like a pretty good plan to me. 1, 2, 10, 20. 4-card hold'em. And this is a different dynamic than last night. Like last night were the no limit hold'em crushers, just like trying to push each other around, just attrition warfare. Here's a little more. Guys are trying to maybe pick their spots a little more, playing a little more passively for now once they get a feel for the game. P Fox is in there with a pair of 10s and a suited king. It's going to limp there for 20 for the straddle. DFS Brat with a double suited Jack 6-5-5. He's in there. Joe, single suited king and a pair of 8s. He's also going to call, come along. BJ is going to fold the 7-6-6-4. Carlos folding. Discipline fold with the ace jack 8-3, I think, having money already invested. Queen jack 9 deuce with 1 suit for Patrick. What's happening? Someone raised. Joe raised to 60 with the king 8-8-5. Pardon me. On the button. Trying to leverage that position a little bit. I like it.
Yeah, it's definitely super important in PLO. Definitely want to. One position can be very, very useful.
Yeah.
Especially if you flop some sort of mediocre type of hand.
Right.
Set of 10s there for P Fox, which is pretty solid.
And a backdoor or redraw to Broadway. Patrick flopped queens and a Broadway draw. This is going to check around, go into a pretty important turn card. 7 doesn't change much. P Fox still has a set of 10s and a draw to Broadway. DFS Brat has a middling heart draw. It's actually a pretty good heart draw.
Yeah, pretty solid. Not for a call, I'd imagine, if he gets there, but
yeah,
not sure.
P Fox is going to start jamming it a little bit. 120.
Yeah, that's the problem with these sets, man. You flop that bottom set, you can't really hope for much more at this point.
Yeah, you just have to beg it doesn't come another Broadway card.
Yep, and it's pretty much open for a 10 or a 7. That would be his dream card, but
here's a good question for you, Victor. Can't believe Dallas has poker now. It's been tried in the past, but the places were inevitably shut down. What makes this place different?
There's a lot to that. Some of which we've made sure of is to go the proper avenues and discuss, kind of what the goals and intentions were with what we're doing and making sure that we're on the up and up with everything, from top to bottom. Just making sure that we, do what we've been doing in the other locations and just keeping things, going towards that, keeping it legal and making sure that we keep following our processes and stuff. I wasn't here in the past. I'm not too sure what was going on, but, I do know that it's a pretty difficult process to make sure to manage. So I can see that, it's not as easy to make sure you're staying afloat properly. So we've got a lot of the owners and investors that put a lot of hard work and time into making sure that what we got here today is valuable and sticks to it and stays correct. So
yeah, and everybody in the city is aware and everybody's in alignment with what TCH does. I think Dennis, I'm not sure if you're aware of the model, but basically this is a membership model instead of kind of a standard card room model, which is different, where everyone pays a monthly membership fee and an hourly fee only. And there's no kind of rake or there's no kind of money taken off the table other than tips to the dealers. So it's somewhat of a different model maybe than card rooms you may be used to. And so far everything's been going really well, and it's gotten a lot of really good attention, a lot of good exposure. A lot of different types of people are coming in all the time. We're in a kind of central part of Dallas, and it's been fun, and it's growing, and it's causing huge crowds. There's tons of people coming through, so it's been fun.
Yeah, we've definitely been very fortunate. We're doing much better than I think we could ever hope for. So that part's very good, and we're doing our best to keep it going that way. So.
Yeah, and it's a testament to all the work that I think you and Ryan put in previously. It wasn't easy to get this thing up and running. It's not a matter of just buying some tables and hiring some dealers. There's a whole lot of paperwork and a whole lot of systems that had to go into place.
A Yeah, there's definitely a lot of elbow grease that went into this, which is paying off very well. So we're very happy about it.
The hourly rate does not vary by game size. Everyone pays the same amount. So BJ here, queen, 4-4 double suited, opening it up to 55. Patrick's got another nice hand. Suited pair of kings. Ace, king, king, 6. It looks like he might have 3-bet.
Yeah, pretty sure he would have used some greens otherwise.
Yeah.
There it is. 185 is the 3-bet from Patrick.
DFS Brat's going to fold his ace, queen.
Curious to see what BJ does with his hand.
Yeah, to 185, it's not too much more for him to call with
Yeah.
most hands that he's opening up.
But he's looking at sets and sets only at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, if diamonds come, it's going to be real expensive.
Unfortunately, probably true for BJ there. Although he may be able to get away from it. It's only queen high. You can definitely put him on some sort of ace-king type of hand.
Yeah, and he's a thinking player, too. He's not just blasting it in there without thinking about it.
For sure.
And it looks like I might be a king high flop. Patrick betting 150 immediately. Yeah, king 6-3. So Patrick flops top set. I think it's unfortunate that BJ didn't catch anything from Patrick's perspective. It's a pretty easy fold, I think. Maybe it's not an easy fold. I mean, it also he three bet pre-flop, and in PLO, there's not many people out there that are 3-betting, except the really good players that are 3-betting with anything other than maybe aces or kings.
Yeah, you can definitely have some sort of ace-king, queen-10 double suited type of hand too. So it's not impossible to think, but at the same time, he still only has queens on a king-high board,
right.
So there's not much he wants to really be against there.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, it's a good fold by him. His hand. Yeah, it'll be good. Patrick seems to be splashing in there. I think he needs some smaller chips. Just that $500 chip.
He plans on winning it all the way through.
Yeah. So as this game progresses, it's going to get bigger and bigger. And that's one of the benefits of this model is that all the money stays on the table, so the games tend to, on average, play bigger because literally no money is coming off the table unless a player leaves. So as this game progresses, the stacks are going to get bigger and bigger as people rebuy.
That's the one thing I do like about our model is that, man, it really does keep the game as true as it can be. It's a real poker game. So, when I, double up and then all of a sudden you look down and you're not quite doubled up and that happens over and over
Where
again.
Where did the money go?
You're looking for a whole stack of red somewhere and it's not there. But yeah, it's definitely keeps the game a little more genuine and authentic.
For sure. Yeah, I agree. Nick from Yuma, is that Ben commentating? The one and only. And we're with Victor, the head honcho over at TCH Dallas, in the house, giving his PLO analysis.
What's going on, Nick?
What's up? Thanks to everyone that's tuned in, right? 255 people, 44 likes. All 255 of you should smash that like button. Oh, yeah. And if you missed all the action from last night, you can either check out the full stream, the 4-hour stream, but there's also a highlight reel that was just posted on TCH Live's YouTube page with all the massive pots. I mean, the pots were just indescribable. I mean, they were so huge, and the hands that were in some of these pots were just insane. So check out that video on TCH Live's YouTube page. There's over 15,000 of you subscribed there. Really good content. I think it's like 25 minutes long or something. Really fun watch because those pots were just out of this world. So taking a look back at, I didn't see what number this hand was, but Joe with nut diamond draw and some backdoor straight cards, and BJ betting 125 with backdoor club draw and the backdoor straight draw. And Joe's going to check raise him to 725. And it's an easy fold for BJ. But Joe came to play. A nice check raise, 2 overs and a nut diamond draw. It's surprising.
There's not a ton he's probably scared there. The board's a little separated there, so there's not too many straights are going to get there with a couple of wraps possible. But once you get those diamonds out there, people tend to chase those straights a little bit less. So.
Yeah. Leon Sung uploads, says we prefer to call him the head fish.
Head fish.
In reference to Victor.
Hey, I've already explained this to Leon before. This is a fish that can swim, though, okay? Very fast.
He could swim very fast. Yeah, and be sure to check out those highlights from last night. The video, the pots were just super huge and very entertaining. Who does the TCH crew have winning the tourney in the Final Four? Matthew Rue. I know Arkansas is a 3 seed, and so that's who I'm going with. That's my team, Arkansas Razorbacks. I don't care about anybody else in the tournament. You care about college basketball?
Not a big follower. I tune in towards the end there, but I definitely don't follow throughout the season. So.
Yeah. Coach Farley, wish there was PLO in Arizona. Dude, there's a lot of direct flights from Arizona to Dallas. Come through.
I'm sure they're super cheap, too. I've seen so many flights out of DFW for like $36 round trip.
Yeah.
I'm just like, man, it's cheaper than driving to the airport itself.
Right.
I got to pay $6 just to park there, a little fly out of it.
Yeah. And, yeah, as Arizona specifically is really easy to fly to from Dallas direct.
If you're planning on coming to visit, there's the Wyndham right next door. They give you the poker rate. I believe it's $60 a night. So.
Oh, nice.
Walking distance.
That's legit.
Oh, legit. Yeah, check
Sweet.
it out.
Wyndham.
I know they're going through some changes through their system recently, so I think it's you got to give them a call. But definitely
$60 a night.
Yeah, it's not too bad, especially if you're coming to grind for a little bit. You can have a nice place to rest your head right next door. Wake up and
Get
start
back
back
after
over.
it.
Yeah.
I like it. All right. So literally everyone. Oh, this is a bomb pot. $15 bomb pot going straight to a flop. 7-10-10. It's like Joe flop trips with an 8 kicker. BJ flop trips with an ace kicker. I wonder why Joe has more equity than BJ.
The stats thing. Adjustment there, or
Maybe I don't know how to calculate equities.
Yeah, feels a little bit different. I mean, once I'm hold'em, I can figure it out. I've read enough books by now that I've
right.
Isneal
might be in there with his straight draw, an overpair of aces, backdoor club draw. Everybody else is probably going to get out of there. Zach's got queens, backdoor hearts, but I would be very surprised if he continued here.
Yeah.
BJ, considering what he's going to do, looks like he's going to pop it. Essentially betting pot here, 325.
Yeah, a little less, but yeah, I like it because it gets a lot of the other type of drawing hands to kind of give up on those boards, so he doesn't have to worry about some turn committing somebody there or anything crazy. So
yeah.
Play a real hand right now. Know where he's at.
And Joe has got a real hand, but he doesn't have a great kicker with his trips. And so against 2 other players, he's got to think, am I beaten right now with just a set? So he's just going to come along. Isneal doesn't have a ton behind, and so he's all in. So he's going to need to catch – he can't catch an 8 because that gives Joe a full house, so he needs to catch a pure ace here.
Tough for him to take this one.
Or some clubs. RG, tempted to take a poker vacation down to Texas and play. Come on. You will not regret it. 7 of clubs here. That actually is a good card for Isneal. He picks up that club equity, and so now he can't catch. I mean, it would be great for him to catch the 8 of clubs, but it's already. Oh wait, no, I'm sorry, didn't know. No, he catches a deuce. Joe's got tens full of deuces. BJ kind of got sucked out on here.
Oof, rough.
And if Joe puts out some kind of value bet, BJ might have to call here because.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough to put him on 10-7 and 10 deuces,
And Isneal thinks he got lucky with nut clubs in the river, but he's going to see the bad news.
Yeah, maybe hoping that he's betting with another flush or something.
But
BJ might have to call him for that reason, but maybe puts him on a 10 with some sort of other clubs.
But also Isneal didn't have a ton behind.
Oh, no, what? I'm sorry, I looked at that wrong. Voting as well with that.
Pretty unfortunate because he knew he was probably ahead. Also, it's hard to put him on a deuce here. 10-8-5 deuce. Unless this is a bomb pot.
Yeah, that's why it's one of those. These are one of those hands
Uncapped
that are so hard
here. Yeah,
you just don't know. Anything's possible,
Yeah, that makes sense. He might be able to get away for that very reason.
It does.
Nice, good fold, man.
Good discipline.
Nice to have a full house in PLO. A flush is just not nearly as good. Nice pot. So Joe has been raking a few pots after losing a pretty big one to BJ earlier. E-Fox, $900 winner right now. Zach, $423 winner. Looks like Isnail might be calling it for the evening. Probably going to bring in a new player. GG's to Isnail. Thanks for stopping by, playing on the stream. Good game, buddy. Unfortunately, didn't work out. 1-2-10, $10 straddle. We're gambling now. Those bomb pots are fun for that very reason. It gets uncapped ranges. It gets people in there gambling with hands that they usually wouldn't. So we are steadily climbing in viewers. Everybody's finishing dinner and tuning into their favorite evening program, TCH Live. 274 people, 62 likes. Let's get that number up to 350. Let's see if we can get up to 350 and put up some Austin numbers. Give Austin a run for their money in terms of likes. So we got some folding happening. Joe with another pretty good hand, 10-9, 7-5, double suited for a call here. BJ going to come along with the suited king, raising it up to 45. Carlos double suited queens here is most likely going to at least call. Looks like he's going to 3-bet here, 125, looks like. Patrick's got ace-jack double suited.
Patrick's hand. That's definitely the type of hands I like to play.
Yeah, so it's interesting when you're cold calling here in between. And I get why he does it, but it's also, it sucks when you get 4-bet here if you call here, because now you're heavily invested with ace-jack deuce 4. But also, nobody's really shown themselves to 3-bet unless they've had literally aces only. So maybe he feels like he can confidently call here. BJ's not going to 4-bet. So we're going 3 ways. Got $400 in this pot. This one could get saucy pretty quick. Turn up the mic. Which mic? King, king, queen. So Carlos flops queens fold. BJ flops trip kings with a 10. And Patrick just has a Broadway draw. We're going to see a bet here from Carlos. You know, you like having bottom boat here, but you also don't feel completely confident because somebody could technically have king, queen. BJ's in another tough spot here where he's got top set with a guy betting into him. And he knows he's probably, this isn't the only bet he's going to have to call on this kind of board. Sounds kind of low. Are both mics low for you? Just twice? We'll turn it up a little bit and see. How about now?
We can mess around with this thing real quick. My newfound AV skills while we set this thing up. Let's see.
Everybody's a producer here.
Oh man,
TCH
I feel like
Live. 1,100 in the pot, and BJ did not improve. Carlos has got a boat here, and BJ going to take maybe a blocker bet line here because he wants to maybe go to showdown. But I imagine that Carlos isn't going to let him do so unless he's got some kind of read that makes him slow down with queens full. So, okay, it looks like he's just going to call here because BJ's trying to tell the story that he's got kings full. But Carlos is going to see the good news. $1,000 pot with queens full of kings. You know, BJ was trying to tell the story that he maybe turned kings full of fives or rivered kings full of deuces. Can't blame him for that. Kind of a blocker bet type line, but it did save him some money because Carlos was probably going to bet more than that, and he was going to have a tough decision on the river.
Yeah, those were pretty much pretty savior cards considering, you know, the 3-bet pre-flop. It kind of takes away that king 5 deuce type of stuff out of your range a little bit.
Yeah, that's true.
But if I've seen anything in this game, anything's possible. You just
Right.
Never, you just
Yeah.
never know. I just
Yeah.
feel like they're always just gonna rip it right off. Right in
Dude,
front
Texas
of me. It's like,
always good for the game.
So
People
much
are
action.
people are not scared by any means. This is
No.
not scared money. Just twice what your location. Would love to go play there. We're in Dallas off Harry Hines Boulevard, Dallas, Texas. Texas Card House. If you Google it, all the info's there. Come on down if you're in Dallas. Really, if you're anywhere. Get a flight. You can get a $60 hotel.
Yeah, for
Come
real.
on now.
Dead center of the country, man. This is the easiest access point there is.
Yeah. And not too far from the airport, either airport.
Let's see. You got a nice little overlay. Come over here, double up real quick. Literally hit and run. I mean, hit and fly away.
Nobody will hold it against you.
Nope.
Carlos again with a pretty good hand. Ace King suited 7-3. You know, you'd like to see a better two-card combination here, but also he's in the cutoff, so good position. P Fox has got double suited aces, so these are the hands that you wait for in PLO here. Ace 3-4 double suited. Debo's got one suited ace, going to fold it down there. Joe's going to fold it down there. Carlos is probably going to come along for 125 in position. After winning that big pot, he's got some chips. You can see a flop here. Heading to this flop, P-Fox has got about as good as equity you can pre-flop. So he's going to flop just a pair of aces. He got a straight draw, backdoor heart, backdoor diamond draw. Carlos is going to have backdoor club draw and 2 overs, and he's just going to get rid of it. So 446 coming to P-Fox, and we've got a new player in a seat 3. See who that is. And he shows the 3-4. He had a little more than that. Okay, hit and fly is pretty whack. Nobody's actually hitting and flying from what I know.
I don't know. I wouldn't put that officially. Never know, especially like I said, it's so easy to flying out of here.
I mean, especially if you take a shot at maybe the weekend 25-50 game and hit it for a big score, maybe it would be worth hitting and flying.
I don't know. Some of these games you could probably get your own private way out of here.
That's true. Yeah.
Exing Court. Yeah, that's actually, I believe that's nearby where I live. That's a pretty nice hotel if it's the one I'm thinking of.
On the way from the airport, pretty reasonable.
Yeah, I think it was actually a pretty cool little chill place. They got these little fridges in there that they're like the old school, like 70s, 60s, like, finish to them and stuff.
Uh-huh.
I saw them. I was like, that's pretty nice, actually.
Like they were purposely going for a vintage vibe?
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. It was just very, like,
that's cool.
Refinished
like the old, like, icebox
kind of, yeah.
deals? That's
like
cool.
That. Yeah, it was a nice little vibe. They had a little fire pit in the mid-center there of the court, so
Texican Court. We'll check it out. 300 of you watching the stream tonight. We're playing 125 PLO Uncapped. So far, it hasn't gotten too out of hand, but it's been very entertaining seeing all the different types of big hands that can come playing PLO. We've got a new player coming in on seat 3. And our buddy Cooper helping him out. BJ's in there for 15. DFS Brat raised it to 15. Ace King Jack 7 with a suited ace. And a bunch of calls around. Going to a flop 5-handed. Everybody's got a little bit of something. Ace 7. There's been a lot of aces flopping this session. So Debo flops aces and 9s. DFS Brat flops aces and 7s. BJ with king high diamonds and a straight draw, inside straight draw. Patrick doesn't have much of anything. P Fox has queen high diamond draw and bottom 2 pair. So you see, like, there's a lot of different combinations going on here. Everybody's got a little bit of something. P Fox doesn't have enough to raise here, so he's going to come along. Debo is priced in, but also has aces and 9s. So 4-handed going to the turn, 255 in the pot. And the turn's an ace. All right, so now Debo's got aces full of 9s, and DFS Brat has aces full of 7s. There's about to be a lot of money going in the pot here. And BJ turns nut diamonds. P Fox turns queen high diamonds. But I think that ace is probably going to save both of them because you can reasonably assume that someone has at least an ace and probably has something else to go along with it. So you might just see BJ open fold.
Still pretty small to call. I wouldn't be.
Oh, he bet
too
80. He bet
surprised.
80.
Yeah, I wouldn't
yeah.
be too surprised if they put a call in there, but they may regret that as soon as they get the 3-bet.
And Diaz Brat thinks he's value betting, but he's value owning himself a little bit right now. Unfortunately,
Fold.
that was a disciplined fold. He just folds nut diamonds there, which is why he's playing the game, and I'm sitting in here watching him play the game. P Fox is going to call with bottom 2 and queen high diamonds. Debo has a decision to make on whether or not he's going to pop it here or call one. It looks like he's repotting it, or at least raising it 300 total, not full pot. How much is Uber from Love Field and DFW? I don't know, probably $20.
Yeah, I would imagine somewhere in that range. Only about a 15-minute drive-ish.
So DFS Brat's all in, and he's drawing to a jack only to win. He's drawing to a king to chop. Fox is going to make an easy fold here now that all this action's in front of him. Debo's going to obviously make a call with the nuts. And this will be a pretty important river card. We'll see if they run it multiple times. They can run it multiple times, right?
Yeah,
PLO high?
Sure. Mm-hmm.
But if they see the cards, I wonder if Debo would even agree to it since he's got such a hammer lock on it.
I'm always one to just kind of let the my opponent choose run it multiple times or not. If I've heard a lot of good things about if you're ahead, don't or do or whatever. But I usually kind of let them make that.
I like doing it just because either way it makes it a little less intense for both parties.
Yeah. Plus it keeps the game alive a little bit longer and keeps them.
Yeah, but also, you hate having a huge hammer lock on a hand and then running it twice and chopping it. That also kind of sucks.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, I'm always torn between the decisions. I leave it out of my control, sort of thing.
Right. And just have fate determine.
Yep.
The 2,300 in this pot. We've got a very important river card coming. DFS Brat knows he's in very bad shape cards wise. Knows that he needs to catch exactly a jack here to win, king here to chop. And a 6 is not going to do it. So Debo is going to win this $2,300 pot. Biggest pot of the night. Nice hand. Yep. So pre-flop raise percentage, BJ's opened it up 38%, leading the charge aggression-wise. Pre-flop. And nice pot. Look at all those chips. Golly.
Yeah.
Must be nice.
It's always nice seeing that fountain of chips just come pouring at you.
Then you got to take 3 hands to even stack them all. Nice. Good hand to him. He played it right. He got all the money in as good as you could possibly get it and faded the, 2 outer. Looks like DFS Brat might be done for the night. I'm not sure if he's reloading or not. I wonder how long the list is for this game. I imagine it's pretty extensive. Everybody's been looking forward to playing on stream. Everybody's seen the TCH live stage being constructed, and everybody's been thinking about getting in there and splashing around. So I imagine this list is pretty extensive. On to the next hand. 1, 2, 5, 10. We'll see if Carlos puts the 20 out there. Doesn't look like it. So that, I think, is going to be a turning point for this game. Things are about to get amped up. All the dealers in the St. Patty's Day spirit.
I love the little hat he brought on there. That was great. He looks at
It
me,
fits him well.
He goes, "Am I good to wear this wig?" I said, "Absolutely, I love it."
Where's Donkey? Everybody liked Donkey's play last night. I'm not sure where he's at tonight. He might be in the room.
Might be surprised in just a moment here.
Oh.
might be on that list. I'm not exactly sure where he's at, but I know he's got to be close to it. So
Zach with suited aces, single suited aces. Patrick, King Jack 4-4. He opened it up 75. Zach 3-betting, understandably to 260 full pot, I think. And Joe's got a pretty good hand. I think maybe better in position. In the small blind, it's kind of speculative, but also if he hits, he's going to win a huge pot. He's got 37% equity against aces. And a Bunch of folds around. Patrick is most likely going to continue here. Yeah, he's in there. Just a call. No, it looks like he 4-bet. Oh, because Zach didn't have much behind, and so they just wanted to get it all in and run it.
I can see that. Okay.
So they're gambling now. $1,100 pot. $1,400 pot, excuse me. Zach's in there with aces. He's got the spades dominated. Patrick is going to need some help with either a 4 or some kind of straight cards. Broke Gambler Slots. This place is awesome. Just left from playing 1-2. Games and staff was thumbs up. I agree. Thanks for coming through, Broke Gambler Slots. Hopefully you didn't leave broke. Hopefully you're not living up to your namesake after playing the 1-2. 6 deuce deuce. And that's a pretty good card for river 4. Forceful of deuces. It would have gotten all in on the river anyway, but Zach, turn perfect. Aces full of 2s. $900 pot, nice hand. A few purple chips going your way, or at least one purple chip going his way. Yeah, for those that are new, the purple chips are $500. The blacks are $100. Greens are $25. Reds are $5. Whites are $1. And maybe later on the evening, you'll see some of the black plaques come out, which are worth $1,000. And thank you to everyone in the chat that's been so engaged. The 320 of you that are watching, spending your evening watching TCH Live Dallas. My name's Ben Kirby. I'm here with Victor, the general manager for TCH Dallas. He runs the show here and is serving as my co-host, having a great time, enjoying maybe a break from running things, doing paperwork and such.
It is nice to take a seat and enjoy watching the game a little bit more.
Because as the GM, you kind of have to make sure everything is running like a well-oiled machine. People don't understand all the behind-the-scenes things that have to go into running a poker game.
It's definitely a lot more to the poker side of it than the casino side. So I've been in the casino business for quite a while before here, and I must say that being somewhere that poker is the main priority is it's super relieving. It's just nice to see that, like, hey, everything we do is in the decision of making the game better.
Yeah, and an interest of the players and not the house.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, you get drowned out a little bit in the casino world, the slot machines and table games and stuff like that.
Were you on the floor side? Or?
I did a little bit of everything. I started off in poker originally. I started off as a dealer and kind of worked all the way to the top. And then I actually went over to the cage and did a little bit of slots and different departments to try to get some more experience under my belt, just to see some kind of different perspectives. But it was a great experience for sure. But being back in poker, it's super. It's nice to be back where I kind of started at. So.
Yeah. Have you lived all over the country, or did you do it mostly in Vegas? Or?
Actually, I started off in Florida originally, South Florida at Calder Race Course, and then went from there. I went to Horseshoe Baltimore, which is where I did most of my management experience. Yeah. So that was a great experience there. We opened the property from day one, and it was just a lot of just. You got to learn the same thing we're kind of going through. The growing pains and those things. Staffing and. Keep up with demand. So it's interesting for sure.
There's a big poker community up there in the Northeast.
Yeah, there's some good action there too. I will say I've seen some crazy games. We had a crazy PLO game there. I can say that.
Oh, I bet. I lived up there when they opened, or in the Northeast-ish when they opened Maryland Live. I never got to go up there, but I know they were a pretty strong competitor of Horseshoe Baltimore.
Yeah, they were definitely better, and they were a great room, man. They had a lot of tables. They had a lot of action. It was then MGM came in and just kind of. Put a fork in a lot of it.
Oh yeah, it's a pretty nice room.
Yeah, they put a lot of money at that property, and that was super popular when I was there. I don't know how everything's going lately, but
yeah,
especially with COVID and everything. But
yeah, I monitor it from afar every once in a while. I mean, I know like the Atlantic City rooms are still, or at least the Borgata still has like 70 tables going or something. But I think that's one of the few places.
Staple on the East Coast, man.
Yeah,
Atlantic City will never keep them down. They don't care. Atlantic City can. Tear down casinos. It's not going to affect Borgata. If anything, it'll make them stronger.
Yeah. So P Fox betting $400 here with a middle set and a straight draw. BJ with low club draw and a Broadway draw. Potentially going to make a call here for 400 into 1,000. He's not sure if his clubs are even good here a lot of the time, but he's tempted because it's heads up. And he potentially is drawing live. 25% equity. He's having to call 400 into 1,000. J-Stack, loving this new TCH poker room in Dallas. J-Stack, if you're here, come say what's up, man. Always fun watching you play on the Austin stream. Blake, is there any sound on the stream for y'all in terms of table sound or commentator sound? As of now, there isn't table sound, but we're working on that. If you can't hear the commentators, you should be able to hear the commentators. But although if you can't hear the commentators, you wouldn't be able to hear me answer that in the first place. This feels like a catch-22.
Interesting.
Taking a look back at the chat. Let's see. Mr. Nice, been out of town for a month. Can't wait to get back and play at TCH. Come through, Mr. Nice. Ryan Harley, how's the National Harbor? I'm a student in the D.C. area and turning 21 in June. No idea, but I'm assuming if you're up there, you should go check it out.
Yeah, right in there, it's definitely worth a visit. It's a very nice property, but I think it was $1 billion that property.
Sweet mercy.
Yeah, it was wasn't chump change. I remember that much.
Mr. Nice, I live in Dallas. We've been in Maryland for a month. Maryland Live is good, but TCH is better.
Yeah,
all right.
We'll see. Our action here is pretty high up there. So, if you want some good poker action, this is definitely the place to be.
J-Stack, I'll be definitely swinging by one of these days. I'll try and coordinate with Next Gen. Keep y'all posted, though. We'll be streaming here in Austin tomorrow. Nice, dude. Next Gen Poker, yeah, would love to see them come through again. Those guys are hilarious. Pony up, too. SMU grads. Fellow SMU grads. Or maybe they are currently at SMU. I'm not sure. Next Gen Poker, if you're here, say what's up. Getting into the next hand, Patrick, we don't know what he has, but he raised to 35. King, 10, 6, double suited. Jack 9, 9, 8, Ace, Jack, Deuce, Deuce, double suited. Headed to the flop. So Patrick continues to improve. He's got a pair of kings. Backdoor diamond draw. Debo's got an open-ended straight draw and a pair of nines. And Joe's just got backdoor diamonds. Turns a pair. Ace, Jack. One pair in PLO is rarely good, so he's making a position play a little bit here, betting 65. Patrick is bemoaning his luck because he knows that ace hits a ton of people's range, and so he might just have to fold. He's got a Broadway draw, but it's not worth continuing. Debo's still got an open-ended straight draw, and he's just going to fold. Okay. So Joe's going to take it down with one pair. Shows what I know. Joe's been stacking chips for the majority of this session so far. CC with some hot sports opinions. I'll lay you 10-1. It says Dak doesn't win a Super Bowl in the next 5 years. That's pretty strong. Alex Gerard came across stream a couple of weeks ago. Super entertaining. Hey, that's a function of the like button, my people. Jam the like button so more people like Alex can find TCH live from afar. And now he's hooked.
And it's amazing how that algorithm really works, right? I guess it's got to figure out, hey, which one do people like? That's one we're going to show everyone, whether you like it or not.
And especially the ones that, YouTube and Google are so freaking smart.
Yeah, they're so advanced.
They know what everybody's searching, and they know what everybody likes to watch. And so all the people that have been watching poker content, we want to be able to serve this in front of all of those people, which is a lot. And show them, like, look, we've got pretty much nightly poker content that you can watch if you're not playing.
And it's great to definitely like it because you get to see a lot more of what's going on in the real room. These are real players in our room, that you can come play with on a regular basis. These are games you're going to see regularly here. So it's one of those things that, like, it's not these super pros on TV that you're never really going to be able to participate in. This is a real game you can jump into one day. And cool to see some of the ideas and strategies these guys stick with and go with. And
yeah, and it's cool. Yeah, it's a benefit to us because we get to see how everybody plays.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
Every once in a while we sit down ourselves and splash around a little bit.
Yeah, it's interesting, too, because, you're getting these tough spots from time to time, and then you go, man, I really have no idea what he had there. And it's cool to be able to, relate to that, maybe similar in another person's spot here.
And it's cool to see that some people are playing at a much higher level than you think when maybe you're sitting at the table. Like some of these guys, especially last night, were making some pretty advanced moves. And I was like, this is why I'm not playing 5-10, because I'm not even close to thinking about the game like these guys are thinking about it.
Yeah, it's very, very cool.
So Joe flopped the nut straight here. Patrick has got a redraw to the nut straight and blocks some. To him, he thinks he blocks a flopped straight here. So he's going to raise Joe's initial continuation bet of 65. Joe's got to make a decision about whether or not he jams it right here or calls one and sees what happens on the turn, because he knows he's got the nuts right now, but he doesn't have a. He's got some club backdoor outs, but they could potentially be dead clubs from his perspective. So he's got to decide: do I push my equity now, or do I wait one card to see if I get a safe card on the turn?
Yeah, it's very likely he can get free rolled in his hand too, so he's got to be a little careful with that. He could be up against 7-9 with a set or something of like that nature, or another redraw to a higher straight. So
Yeah,
always going to play a little control there if he can.
yeah. So exhibit A. So now that's going to completely slow him down. Now, granted, he's got an open and a straight flush draw now, but the 10 does not make him feel great about his straight. But I imagine he's going to continue. And Patrick knows that the 10 is a good bluff card for him after he re-raised Joe. And so he's going to jam it in here and make Joe essentially play for – oh, I thought he bet more than that. He bet 8-10. So now Joe is like, shoot, did I just get sucked out on? And how do I fold a straight flush draw here? Everybody wants to draw to a straight flush. But I guess he's also got the 5 of clubs in his hand, and so that takes one of his straight flush outs away. Alex in Dallas would love to come by. How tough is it to get into 1-2 game? It's about as easy as it could be. Sign up for Poker Atlas, which is a free app on iOS and Android. Sign up for an account, and you can put your name on the list, come through, say you have arrived, check in at the front desk, and they'll call your name. I mean, we have so many 1-2 games going all the time that it's pretty easy.
Yeah, we usually have about at least 8 to 12, in peak hours. So seats are constantly opening. You may be 5th, 6th on the list, but it won't be very long until you get a seat, even if you are on the list. So
yeah, and the systems, they've got the Poker Atlas system at the table, and so anytime someone gets up from the table and leaves, they immediately notify the desk. It's a very efficient operation instead of waiting, depending on the dealers, to be like, I got 2 seats open. It's a much more efficient operation, so people are getting to sit a lot quicker.
Yeah, I will say that Poker Atlas definitely makes our jobs way easier. It's got a lot of cool features and a lot of great, tools we can use on it.
Yeah, and I remember the old days where you just, like, you're waiting for a seat, especially if you, like, drive an hour and a half north, and you know that you see a seat open, but you're waiting for the dealer to yell at the floor. That used to irritate me so much because, like, dude, the seat is open, and I'm just waiting for y'all two to communicate, and the Poker Atlas thing is just such a no-brainer. Just like a button that you hit, like, all right, there's a seat open, now we can see it.
An interesting hand here. Looks like Joe has gotten all in with his straight flush draw here against Patrick. And looks like he might have picked the right time to
yeah,
to
what
do
a
that,
great reshove.
Yeah. Not sure Patrick can do much after this point, unfortunately.
And Joe feels really good now that Patrick is tanking like this because, Patrick's just going to fold it. I mean, he's just got a naked straight draw.
Yeah, he really can't do anything there. He's probably drawing dead a lot of the time there, and even then, he's still got to get there to even take.
And Joe's going to show the 3-5 of clubs or whatever.
Love it. Love the needles.
Such a good needle. So Joe's got 3,200. I'm not sure how much he started with, but I think he's a winner now. I mean, he had put in a good amount of money early on. And, good on Patrick for wanting to keep the aggression up and try to take that pot down, using that paired board as a bluff card. It makes sense. And Joe just didn't believe him and reshoved for his whole stack and said, all right, if you got a boat, then I at least have at least one out to straight flush.
Right. Like Ben Wenger says that we should put Bugsy in the box. Huh? We would put Bugsy in the live stream and get some audio on him. I agree. We could probably double our viewership.
Have him tell his jokes.
He's got some good ones there. Bugsy's a well-known guy in the Dallas area.
He's a classy guy, yeah.
Super great guy though. Super hard worker too. Unbelievable.
Is he?
Oh man, his work ethic is something I would love to be able to attain one day.
Yeah, another guy that has got a crazy work ethic is Matt. Matt used to deal at the Bellagio, and he deals our mixed game on Wednesday nights, our limit mixed game. And that dude is always here. And he dealt our mixed game one time for like 10 hours straight, I think, by his own choice. I mean, he got breaks when he needed them. But some of the dealers here are just so fantastic.
Yeah, we definitely got lucky to get some of the guys on the team that we do, and everybody works so hard at keeping this place running the way it does. So
yeah,
super appreciative to every single one of them.
And it's great. Like, you would think that maybe starting a new poker room, you just have dealers that only know how to deal hold'em, and you have to coach them up on dealing some of the other games. But we have multiple dealers in the house that can deal the full mix. I mean, all the triple draw games, all the Omaha games, all the different stud games. Like, we've had several different limit mix games that have been really good, and it's, I think, a testament to the dealer's skill that they can pretty much deal at all. Whatever you want to play.
Sure. Yeah.
If you get enough people here, you can get a game going.
It's funny. They're even better than I am. They'll look at me sometimes and be like, "Do we do it this way or this way?" I'm like, "There's a second way. I didn't even know there was a second way." All right. Well, that's something I learned. Yeah. And they got a lot of experience. A lot of WSOP dealers in here too. So they've seen some crazy stuff over the years.
Yeah, and all those crazy game situations that come up from between Vegas and like even Choctaw when they do the circuit.
Yeah.
All right, so this is an interesting turn card. BJ has aces and deuces with a Broadway draw. Patrick has got a pair of jacks, diamonds, and a Broadway draw. Joe has also got nut diamonds, and that's it. He's got soul nut diamonds. And I'm not sure why he has 0% equity unless all the diamonds have been dealt out already, which could be the case, and maybe the computer's a lot smarter than I am. So BJ bets 200 here with top and bottom and a redraw to the straight. Patrick's going to call 200, and Joe's going to come along with his diamonds. He doesn't know that he's dead, but you can't blame him really for calling with a nut diamond draw. All right, so Jack. So that actually hits Patrick. He doesn't know how good he just hit it. Like a set of jacks with a queen doesn't feel great right now because somebody could easily have a straight or a boat. But he's actually going to take this down, assuming BJ doesn't bet him off of it. Patrick's going to show the good news, and nobody else has anything.
$956 pot. That's I believe that's the area code from the Rio Grande Valley where I just was
is it?
prior to
956?
here. So I was like, that looks like a familiar number for me for some reason. So shout out to the valley if you guys are watching or listening. So
How is it down there? I've never been down there.
it's really nice. A lot of people are very unfamiliar with that area in Texas, which is surprising because I'm not even from Texas and I know it very well. As obviously I was down there, but it's actually just a really great area. People are wonderful down there. The team down there was a great team. They're doing major things down there. They're taking that place and growing it much better than I could have probably done at this point. So I'm very proud of the guys I left down there. So.
And Leon spent some time down there as well?
Yeah, Leon was down there with me in the beginning. We got the place, kind of going for a little while there, and then unfortunately COVID kind of put a halt in that process. But it looks like Danny and the team down there are doing a great job at keeping that place alive and well and keeping the action going. They've got the new WPT steps going on down there as well as the other properties, which seems to be kicking off pretty well.
And that'll be fun to have some of those players come up for the 500K guaranteed multi-club, multi-day event. It'll be cool to have all of the player pools from all the different sites to come up to Dallas for the final day 2. And should be an interesting dynamic for the room.
Yeah, it'll be a great tournament. I mean, just the amount of I imagine us getting so many players for this thing. Like I know we have a 500K on there, but I would not be surprised if we doubled that or even do more than that.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, we had the 100K kind of during Thanksgiving time, and that brought players from all over. I know a lot of the Austin guys came up. I know Ron came up from Austin specifically to play. He came up for the 50K. People are willing to travel for these big tournaments, so I think this will be a fun one.
Yeah, that 100K was actually pretty interesting. I remember lots of conversations going into that beforehand, and some of them were about the, hey, do we have chips? Do we have this? Do we have everything ready to go? And I'm like, yeah, we'll be fine. I'm like, worst case scenario, we double it. We'll be fine. Even if, everything went crazy and we tripled it, I was like, we still got plenty to do that. And then we started approaching 3.5, and I said, maybe I should have thought a little bit crazier big, but
What it ended up being the full prize pool?
So we had 1,111 entry. That's for some reason that's just gonna stick with me for forever.
1111.
Yeah, 1111, and I believe it was. I forget the exact prize pool now. I'm thinking about it. I feel like I remember that.
It was over 300,000, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it was huge. I remember that much. But yeah, it was a crazy turnout, man. I was just like blown away, and I was just shocked, and so definitely learned a lot that one.
It's good to get that one out of the way and learn all those lessons, and now you can run a really smooth tournament experience for those bigger buy-ins.
Yeah, I remember thinking, I wonder if I could just buy next door right this second and just rent it out real quick and throw some tables in there. But I like the fact that we're doing this multi-club thing. A lot of people won't have to travel as far for those day ones.
Yeah.
They can play at their home areas because we had so many people visiting from out of town. We had people from Houston, we had people from Austin, even a couple people from the Valley were in the area. People out of state. There's just so many people that came on board. And I was just shocked. I didn't know that we had reached that big of a level, that quickly. So,
and hopefully that turns into a repeatable process, because that's a really good model to say, hey, we're having these massive tournaments, and also you can take your shot before you book travel and stuff.
Yeah, you're not committing, the buy-in plus some hotel and travel expenses. You're actually,
Right.
when you get here to day 2, you'll make your money back and some. So
Yeah, I like that. God, it's gonna be. I mean, that's a legit size tournament wherever you're playing in the country. 500K guarantee.
yeah, you don't see a lot of them too often.
Yeah, I
that's
mean,
for
people
sure.
will be traveling for that one. David Simons, was that a bomb pot where everyone checked it down the entire way? Yeah, and it looks like Zach rivered quads there, and he won, I think, $135 or something, which is unfortunate when you have quads, but that also means nobody's got much of anything else.
Yeah, so one thing about quads and those bigger hands in PLO, you don't get as much value from them because they're super easy to be, assumed or predicted by the fact that there's just so many cards out there, and so many hands. So
Yeah. So back to regular PLO. No more bomb pots for the time being. They must be doing it every. What's the rotation? Because they haven't changed dealers.
yeah, I think they agreed on every 30 minutes prior. So I think they were just gonna kind of keep a timer going, and because we're gonna do one dealer change about halfway through the stream, for at least the first couple episodes, to keep some consistency going. We're still kind of learning the ropes a little bit with this software and these kind of the placement of the boards and all that stuff, which is for a lot of dealers it's pretty different. So we want to make sure we get everybody trained properly and that we can get a good smooth stream going. So.
I like it. Yeah. So heads up.
Not to mention, not a lot of people have the green hat. So
Right. Yeah. The green hat is a necessary accessory to be able to deal this live stream.
yep, it's he's got the luck of the Irish on his side. So
All right. So this hand, I'm not sure. I went raise 3-bet call pre-flop, and Carl's just going to go bet and check fold for Zach. $391. Yeah, position is very important. You can 3-bet with a much wider set of hands. Good position like that. I haven't seen too many hands that position has played a major role here, but I imagine as we play along, we'll see that become more of a factor, along with measuring blockers and all that kind of stuff. There hadn't been a ton of kind of blocker-based plays so far. CC at TCH Live, you fellas going to be streaming PLO all the time? It's going to be mostly Hold'em. We want to gauge the interest for PLO for sure. Not everybody loves PLO, but there is a big enough community that we wanted to serve this up tonight. We're still making decisions about all that. As of now, the schedule is set Tuesday nights, Wednesday nights, and Saturday nights, but the games are going to change, and we will keep everyone posted about which games play when.
yeah, we're gonna try to keep an eye on the market and see what kind of demand we're getting from from the viewers, the players, all that fun stuff. But definitely gonna want to mix it up a little bit in the beginning so we can get a good feel as to what's popular, what's not, what do you guys want to see? Basically, that's what we're looking for. So keep the comments flowing, keep the the feedback coming, and we'll definitely keep an ear out, an eye out, and keep it going in the right direction.
For sure. Love it. So Chris is going to open it up to 30 with 9-7-6-4. BJ 3-betting to 105 with King 10-5. And it's going in a rare heads-up configuration going to the flop. Ace Queen 3. This is probably going to slow down. Although with BJ 3-betting, this hits his range pretty strong, so he's going to continue with his second pair and Broadway draw, backdoor hearts draw. And Chris just completely whiffed the flop, and so it's an easy fold for him. The sample size isn't too large right now for these showdown stats to matter that much. Chris just sat down and has seen, I guess, one hand maybe to showdown. That's why the percentage is 50% for him.
It's about my average. That might be accurate.
Yeah,
About
over
50%.
over 1,000 hands.
Yeah, maybe 10,000.
50%.
Nah, I don't know if I can last 10,000 hands.
Yeah, 10,000 hands is a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot. Not in the online days, the good old Poker Stars days. I can 20 table those things for a little while when I was young and had an attention span.
Yeah, Tommy last night was telling me he was Supernova Elite 2 years running, playing 24 tabling, 1, 2, and 2, 4 no limit.
Oh, okay, that's a little bit higher than I was playing by about a
24
decimal
tables.
point or two.
Yeah. Oh man, I remember playing back in the day 4 tables and being like, dude, I can't even keep up with this, bro.
Yeah, it took me a while to get to 20, but I was playing those $3.45 man sit and goes on stars.
Oh
And,
yeah, yeah.
oh man, it was just so robotic.
Patrick looks like he might be coloring up or maybe bouncing for the night. I'm not sure. He's probably coloring up, and he's going to open up Queen 995 for pot, and P Fox is going to come along with a pretty good hand. King Queen Jack 10 double suited. Just calling here in the small blind. He's out of position. Joe in the double straddle, probably calling with any 4 here for only $55 more. Not bad. Ace King 10-3 with a suited ace. We're going 3-handed to this flop. Scott Beckham, DFS Brat here. I had loads of fun even though it didn't go my way. Hey, good game, my man. You had a couple really good hands early on. It was unfortunate about the ace-7 hand versus ace-9. That's, I guess kind of how PLO goes. But hopefully you'll get him next time, buddy. Good playing. Thanks for joining the stream. CC, very interested in PLO. Poppy, more PLO, please. The great game. Shout out to Joey Ingram. The great game of PLO.
PLO is definitely one of my favorite games for sure. I'm starting to play a little bit more 5-card high-low, though. Although in this area, I'm starting little dispute of what it should be called. There's a little bit of mix of should it be Congress, Big O? I don't know.
Everywhere outside of Texas calls it Big O, but in Texas it's called Congress, and 5-card high is called Big O for some reason.
And I'm learning that's not even as accurate too. I think in certain regions it's only Congress and Big O in Texas. So I'm really like, man, I don't know what you guys want to call it, but I just call it 5-card high-low. Make it simple.
Yeah, straight into the point. So P Fox is going to river the nut straight here and take down a pretty nice, sizable pot. King, Queen, Jack 10 is a really good starting hand. And I think Patrick might have rivered a set of 9s. Not sure. But he racked up initially. Now he's pulling chips out of the rack. An all too familiar situation. Yeah, one last hand. One last hand. Well, okay, now I broke into my rack, so I might as well stay for a few more.
I definitely made that mistake the other night. So I'm going to play to my big blind, and I was like, nope, very last hand, stacked. Top 2 versus a set, and that was the end of that.
CC, if you're actually talking to Joey Ingram, you should get him to come play PLO down here. I'm sure the games are up to his stake level. I mean, we're playing 2-5 uncapped PLO, which plays like 10-20. It's bananas. Or even the Congress game. The 1-2-5 Congress game plays massive.
Yeah, especially later at night when the games have been running for most of the day. They can build up pretty quick.
Oh, my gosh. I came in one Saturday morning. I had some free time and sat down the Congress game. 1-2-5 Congress, and there was somebody with, I think, about 15,000 in front of him. And it's a $1,000 cap buy-in.
Yeah, with match to stack though. So yeah,
oh, it's match to stack. Okay,
yeah,
so
that
maybe
can get it to keep
building.
So
maybe he bought in for 10,000.
Starts off as a pretty normal game, but if as it gets later that day, it starts building up pretty big.
For sure. So Carlos is going to open up to 35 with Queen 10-5 here. Patrick is going to continue double suited Queen 9-7-6. Looks like people might be tightening up a little bit around the table now that they've got a understanding of the game flow a little bit. Zach folding the 10-10-4-4, understandably. P Fox folded the Ace King 9-5. Oh, because Patrick 3-bet to 120. Sorry about that. Queen 9-7-6. So we're going heads up to the flop. Carlos versus Patrick. Both have been pretty involved. Again, another ace-high flop, and it doesn't connect with either player. And so whoever chooses to bet here, I think, is going to take this down. Although, depending on the sizing, Carlos might continue here with Broadway draw, backdoor diamond draw, backdoor club draw. For 150 into 250, he might peel one here. Patrick is essentially bluffing now. He's got a pair of 7s. Carlos is going to call one. Patrick would have loved to take it down there. But we're going to see a turn card. 8 of spades. All right, so Patrick now has an open-ender. Carlos continues to only have a pair and a Broadway draw. So I think if Patrick bets another sizable bet here, he's going to take this one down.
I was going to say, I wouldn't be surprised if he checks to try to get there, knowing that he doesn't have too much to to win the hand straight up there. But I do like him taking another bet at this. You know, it's not a very scary card with the 8 of spades.
Bets full pot essentially, 555. So this is a good bet, I think. I mean, because Carlos didn't show much strength pre-flop. Well, he didn't show much strength on the flop. And so Patrick, that's a pretty nice bluff that got through, a rare bluff that got through.
Decent amount of chip stacks there. It was pretty much about the same, 2,000, 2,500, somewhere in that range.
Yeah. I saw a few buy in for 2,000. I imagine those have changed hands a little bit, but who did it say at 2,800? Was that Joe?
I think so.
1, 2, 5, 10. Carlos not putting the double straddle on. Heading into this next hand. 301 of you watching the stream right now. Be sure to hit that like button. We've got a third of you that have hit that like button so far, so thank you for that. Let's continue to drive that up. We've got 94 likes. And again, if you want a special shout out, if you want to give somebody a shout out or message something to the TCH Live guys, you can also do a super chat of any amount, and we'll read it on the air. Definitely not expected or required, but always appreciated. Thanks for everyone that's tuned in so far and stuck with us. Playing 125 Uncapped PLO.
I think they're more engaged in our super ability to analyze these hands. You know,
Yeah,
I think that's
they're
really
learning
what
a lot about the great
this
game of
is-
PLO from us, from two PLO pros.
This might as well just be an online college course at this point.
That's right.
I think I got college credits for this one.
Real math-based
Yes,
analysis,
super in depth.
GTO only.
You should have.
and we can also see all the cards, and so we have real expert insight into everybody's hand.
I do give a lot of respect to those that can do this commentating stuff, man. I did a couple times in Austin. It was fun and it's a great time. But man, analyzing these hands just kind of on the go like this, just kind of extra information you're not used to having and stuff like that. It's definitely a skill for sure. So.
For sure, and especially once the players start to like really get a flow and they're playing really quick, and you're wanting to try to add value to the stream, but also when it's going so quick or they're making moves that even you don't know why they're doing such a thing.
Yeah,
you kind of risk putting your credibility on the line by things that you say. So it's kind of the chat pros in the chat will definitely let you know if you're wrong.
Yeah, that's what I like about it. We've got some accountability factors built into this. So.
For sure. Mindy Campbell, enjoying broadcast from Dallas. Recognize some of the players. VPIP percentage will come up soon.
Yeah, I think it's every like couple hands or so that it pops up. So.
Ashes and Glory. What's the average time frame to get into the televised game? I'm coming down to Dallas in a few months. Like when do they need to email in to get on the list?
So right now you can just go to the website, go to texascardhouse.com/Dallas. You'll see there's a link right at the top, a little banner that I put up there. But basically click on that. There's going to be a form. Fill it out. Get your information over to us. We have a list of players that are interested in playing. Each week we're going to kind of review and see what's going on in the first couple streams here. Eventually we'll get a solid list out there to everybody so they know where they're at. But yeah, the sooner you do that, the better. And then in addition to that, like I said, there's definitely a lot of interest in joining the streams, and we'll try our best to, accommodate as many as we can. There's only 9 or 10 seats per game, so unfortunately, until I can convince Ryan to pop a couple more of these up in the room, I'm gonna assume that's gonna be a little struggle getting on there, once we get the stream going. But we will definitely do our best to try to keep it as fair and balanced as we can.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, I imagine there's big demand for the stream. It's cool for the players to be able to play, tell their friends and family, hey, look, I'm playing this poker thing that I've been telling y'all about for years. You can actually see what I do instead of thinking that I'm just playing a slot machine all day.
Right.
And also, it's like helpful to analyze your play, helpful to analyze other people's play. I imagine it's valuable to these guys that are playing with each other every day. You're sacrificing something by being on the stream because some people can see how you play, but you get the benefit of getting to see how some of these other guys get to play.
Yeah, it's really interesting because a lot of these guys are really split on that subject. A lot of these guys are like, I don't want to play on there because I don't want people to know what I do. But then some other guys are like, man, I need to figure out what I'm doing. I want to see it in the grand, scheme of things. So kind of interesting the perspective there.
And there's not many opportunities that you get this. Like, sure, maybe if you go deep in one tournament, you make a televised table. But how often are you going to get to actually like see this many hands versus all the opponents? Like not many people get this kind of exposure when they're playing poker. They just get to see what cards they see when they're at the table.
Yeah, there's a lot of so I bowled a lot when I was younger, and I took it very seriously. And they have a couple of training facilities that do a lot of this cool stuff with camera angles and all kinds of stats that they give you about you. And super insightful to know, like, man, okay, that's why I do this, or that's why I do that. So this is just, I mean, this is basically the same thing. You're gonna have every opportunity to really just, nitpick every little thing that you did or didn't do or could have done.
Yeah, it's nice, and it's especially like when you kind of maybe make a mistake or feel like you missed an opportunity and you don't have notes or anything. It's always nice to be able to have something to look back and say, all right, here's exactly what happened in the hand, because I know I can never remember hands.
Yeah, it's good to have that confirmation. You put someone on a hand, you're like, yeah, they probably had that, and then you get to find out later.
Yeah,
for
yeah,
sure,
that's nice. Yeah.
It's good for your mental health at least.
So Joe's going to win this with essentially one pair.
Might as well be.
Four-handed ace-king is going to hold up. Aces and sixes with a king. Patrick in there with second best. Aces and sixes with a queen. It's going to small pot going to Joe. Pre-flop raise percentage, Patrick has been in there. Splashing 33%. BJ's also been in there 33% of the time.
Broke that 100 mark for those likes. I'm liking
Nice.
it. All right.
Only 150 more to go.
That's it.
Nice. Appreciate everybody liking the stream. And we hope you're enjoying the content. We hope you're enjoying the commentary and having a good time on this St. Patrick's Day. Happy St. Patrick's Day to everyone out there. And thank you for spending your St. Patrick's Day with us. We're playing, okay, the double straddle's on. 1, 2, 10, 20. Heading into this next hand. Looking at Zach. King 5, 4, 3. Easy fold. P Fox. King, Queen, 8, deuce. Easy fold. Debo. Gonna limp here with Ace, Queen, 10, 7. Joe with a nice hand. Ace, Ace, Jack, 8 with one suit. And he's limping the button for 20. Switching it up a little bit. Chris is going to call an additional 19 with the 10, 7, 6, 5. Carlos invested already. Jack 6, 3, 3. And Patrick's going to check his option with Queen 7, 6, 3. So five-handed. Joe's got aces on the button. He wants a pure flop here. And that somehow is still good for aces. He doesn't feel great about his aces, but it's going to go check all the way around, and he's going to get to see a free turn card here. Clubs hit Chris. And so Chris has got a 7 high flush, and he's the only one with clubs. And so Joe is going to take a stab at it here since no one has really reared their head here. Chris is probably just going to go check call. He doesn't really know if his clubs are good, and he could easily be beaten by a boat as well. So he's just going to take a check call line here, looking for a river. Now, here's an instance where blockers actually do matter because Joe has the ace of clubs and could use that knowledge to bet Chris off of his – okay, maybe not. So what do I know?
Yeah,
that could have been an opportunity because he knows that he's not up against the nut flush because Joe's got the ace of clubs. Yeah, he's even showing it.
Yeah, I think with that hand, because the pot size is just a little too small to take a big stab at it, it's not enough to where someone's going to – they might look him up with like a queen or a jack there. So I do like the check there.
That's a good word, yeah.
But for sure, yeah, I like having those blockers, especially when you're worried about some sort of, if you got the queen high flush and or you're afraid of some sort of getting, flush against there. You just know that they can't put it in too loosely there. So.
Yeah, that's a really good point, having an awareness of the pot size, knowing that, all right, I can only bet 150, and he's not going to fold any flush for $150 here.
Right, especially if his stack size is, a couple thousand or something like that.
Yeah.
In that case, he might have been able to get him off. Looks like he's got about 800, 900 in front of him, unless I'm missing a pink chip there. But so he might have got away with something there. But I do respect the discipline, find a better spot than that for sure.
For sure. David Simons is a good principal PLO pre-flop hand. Let's see. It's a good principal PLO pre-flop hand with 3 Broadway cards, i.e. Debo limping there. Ideally you want 4 Broadway cards. I can't remember what his specific hand was, but generally you want a fully coordinated hand, and that must have been why he didn't put any extra money in the pot.
Yeah, definitely looking for those wrap type of situations for sure. I know those are, pretty much you always want to wake up with a wrap. I know that much.
For sure. You're not many people are going to fold the ace, king, queen 3 or something. It's a really good Congress hand, but it's the 3 does really hurt your playability. So ace, king, 8, 7 here. Double suit is pretty nice. Jack, Jack, 9, and Chris is going to flop quads. No big deal. Going to check around. Which sucks because now the pot's only $100 on the turn, And
it's tough from the bet there though, because you can't get called by a lot. I mean, I guess you got some combo draws out there. Paired boards is tough for people to really get committed to them.
For sure, it's nice. It's nice for him that Patrick's betting into him, and so now, I wonder if he just wants a smooth call here. Yep, and so he's gonna. This is really nice to have quads in position with a player betting into you, and you're hoping that Patrick makes another big bet here on the river, or hoping that he just rivered kings full or something, and Patrick's probably gonna check here, and Chris is gonna. What do I know? He's about to put another bet in there. He's gonna bet 200, almost full pot. And that opens up Chris's ability to raise the pot. I'm assuming he's going to raise the pot. Unless he wants to milk it a little bit and just min raise or something.
It was tough to get value in these spots because we can't have too much, but I do like going for it all there. If he's got a hand to call a small bet there or a small raise there, he's probably got a hand that he'll call. So
for sure.
But unfortunately, he does not have that hand.
Yeah, he
so
just didn't have anything to come along with. $1,100 pot though. It's nice to get paid with quads.
It's not always easy, especially in PLO.
Yeah, I mean, because you essentially have all of the board, and not unless perfect cards come on the turn in the river.
Now, rivering quads, that's easy.
Yeah.
That I can get paid on. Usually that's what it takes for me to win the pot.
Nick from Yuma, no danglers. Yeah, the danglers can be costly. And yes, CC position is incredibly important in PLO.
Yeah, I would say far more important than even Hold'em. And although Hold'em's definitely important, but
yeah,
PLO is a lot more information available. So having the final say on that information is very key.
All right, headed into P Fox's option currently. King 6-5-4. I imagine it's a fold. Debo. Trips in the hole. It's no good. Zach, I've played with Zach a few times. Pretty solid player, I would say. I don't think he makes too many mistakes. The few times I've sat with him, he seems like a pretty straightforward thinking player.
Actually, Zach and I go pretty far way back. He was one of the when I worked in the Calder room in South Florida. Him and I worked together. So
oh, really?
It was kind of crazy coincidence that he was up here when I got up here. I was like, wow, you're up here too? He goes, yeah.
It's interesting how small the poker community can be.
It really is. It's crazy. It's like a high and low system, The hot places everybody ends up at, and then when places die out, they get out of there and go find a new place,
That's right.
So it was a good sign that I was able to walk into some familiar faces.
Like,
I was in the right area.
Yeah, that's right. That is a good indication. So Joe with aces again. He's going to call the 3-bet by BJ 8-7-6-5 rundown. So these are the kind of hands that can really crack aces here. Unless he 4-bet. He might have 4-bet. Waiting for the action to catch up. Yeah, so he 4-bets with his ace jack 8. BJ's considering a call. I imagine he's going to call this in position with a nice rundown hand.
Yeah, I definitely like those wrap type hands. They're really, really easy to play. You miss, great. If not, you're going to see a lot of.
Yeah, if he flops like a 12-card wrap or whatever, they're going to get it all in on the flop, I imagine.
For sure.
They're doing some quick maths here. 973 in the pot. 10-9 deuce. All right, so here it is. BJ's got, I don't know how many outs. He's got at least 8, 10, 12 outs. He's got a bunch of outs to a straight. He's got an open-ender, plus he can catch an 8. He can catch a jack. He can catch a 6. He can catch an 8.
These are the tough ones, man. These are the way you're looking for these types of these types of flops and stuff. But at the same time, he's on the bottom end of that. So
right, and Joe's got aces and an open-ended straight draw. He can catch a queen or a 7.
Yeah, there's hearts out there too. So I don't see BJ getting too committed to this hand, but I could be wrong.
There's 2,000 in the pot. I mean, Joe bet full pot here. BJ's just going to jam it in here.
I guess he's putting him on some sort of overpair and maybe some sort of Broadway cards.
And it's Joe is going to see good news about how far ahead he is. Granted, BJ's still got some live outs, especially if a club comes on the turn. If a club comes on the turn, that would be very fortunate for BJ. We'll see if they run it multiple times or not. CC, I love PLO just because it isn't as solved as Hold'em. There isn't a perfect solver out there yet. Still some guts and instinct required to win, for sure. Study wraps. This hand is a perfect example. Absolutely. So this is a pretty common occurrence here in PLO where you've got kind of all these straight wrap type hands that show up against big pairs. And I wonder what they're agreeing to do. Running it once. Leaving it up to BJ potentially. $4,600 in the pot. A lot of pink chips in there.
Yeah. Type of action we're looking for here.
I'd run it twice here.
See what they do.
This is a fun hand. Still deliberating. Doing a little business.
Yeah.
Here we go. So that's a really good card for BJ. Well,
Oh, no,
it was a good redraw card for Joe.
Yeah.
Joe hits a straight there. Not
Okay.
straight on the turn. And now BJ hits a straight on the turn. But
Get,
Joe River
there
to queen high
twice.
straight.
Yeah, it's going to get him there twice.
that's
wow.
a scooper. $4,600.
Yeah, that's why I said those bottom end wraps are tough to really, they're tough to get away from, but they're also tough to get them in there because there's just so many hands that counterfeit your hand, or so many cards that can counterfeit your hand.
Yeah. And it's nice to hold up there with aces.
Yeah, for sure.
Catch,
Little open ender there for him paid off. And wasn't up against hearts like he was probably nervous about.
right. You did have the nut heart blocker. Dealer's just making sure that both boards are going to the right player.
Yep.
Good, deliberative.
Extra step, especially once you get so many cards turned over in front of you and running it twice and all that stuff, big pots.
You got 10 pairs of eyes looking at you to make sure you make the right decision. It's like it's good to take a beat there and make sure, because oftentimes you'll see everybody turn their hand over and miscall their hand, and sometimes you're actually winning the pot.
Yeah, and especially being on the live stream, you got everybody watching, so you got to be careful. You don't want to make any harsh decisions.
Yeah, but that was a fun hand.
Sure.
Looks like BJ's reloading, coming back. Got some more cheddar.
Oh.
He's gambling. I mean, that's good for the game. I mean, he was willing to put it in there, and he had plenty of outs. $10-20 limit mix full kill. Just started. Wow. So we are heading into the next hand. Just an update for those that are in the Dallas area. We currently have 11, 12, 13, 14, 16 tables with a brand new 10-20 limit mixed full kill game starting.
Oh, I'm sorry, I gotta go, guys.
Yeah, me too. Me too. So yeah, we got a big mix of games. We've got 6 1-2 no limit hold'em games going. We've got 1-1-3 dealer's choice, 5-2-5, 1-1-2-5 round of each, 1-1-2-5 Congress 5-card high low, and 2 1-2-5 PLO games. A lot of action. It's Wednesday night, TCH Dallas, and we've got 20 tables. Super fun.
There's so much variety in this room. A lot of rooms I was in before this. There was a lot of just PLO or Hold'em. That was all it was. But there's so much variety in this room. You get to play pretty much whatever you want to play here.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. I mean, there's so many people that live in Dallas. There's so many people that aren't traveling north anymore that are looking to play good, safe poker. It's been really good.
Sure.
Okay, ace 5-8 on the flop, deuce on the turn. Debo is ahead with middle set. I'm sorry. Carlos is ahead with a 10 high flush. Debo's in second place with middle set. Trip eights, which I imagine, unless it gets real expensive here, Debo will continue drawing to a boat. He doesn't like seeing the spade get there. He doesn't like seeing the wheel card get there. And so he's going to call one, hoping that nobody else pumps it up. We're going heads up to a river, begging for the board to pair. The board does not pair, so Carlos doesn't have the nut flush, but he's got a flush on the button. It looks like it's just going to go check, check, and he's going to take it down with a 10 high flush. Good discussion going on in the chat. Some PLO strategy. I like it. This is really good. I like this. It's super helpful to discuss hands with people. If you don't, I mean, you're missing out if you don't get the opportunity to discuss hands with people in real time.
Yeah, there's so many different variables and angles that you just, as one person, it's very hard to just really think of them all. So it's good to get that feedback and perspective from other players.
Especially with PLO, where somebody said it earlier, it's not solved as much as Hold'em. Hold'em has come a long way in terms of solvers, and PLO it's just got so many variables that it's a lot harder to have a completely right answer all the time.
Sure.
All right, 1, 2, 10. 4-card Hold'em. BJ's back in the game. Patrick ended up removing his chip rack, fully back in the game. Joe's got a big old stack there, stack of purples, pinks, however you look at it. Looking down at ace-9, 8-5 might be good enough for a call here for 10. Gonna try to see a cheap flop. BJ looking at ace-jack, 9 deuce, double suited, raising it up to 50. In the hijack, Carlos king queen 8-4, easy fold. Patrick 9-6-5-3 on the button. Zach ace king 3-2, double suited in a small blind. You like to see that in the high-low game. I'm sorry, he 3-bet. 3-bet to 125. I like this 3-bet in the small blind to 160 by Zach. He's a player.
Good. I like mixing stuff up, especially in position out of position. Trying to get different table images from different players, and just kind of keeping it fresh and
yeah.
new.
And if you see people playing passively long enough, it's nice to be able to switch it up a little bit and make people pay. You're gonna be passive, bro. I'm gonna take the initiative away.
Yeah, if I have more patience, I've seen it pay off for me too many times where I can fold for quite a while and just make a play, but unfortunately, I don't. The patience wears thin when you don't have the time to play full time, unfortunately.
TC, you got to play very nutted hands in PLO or you'll pay the price in the long run. Yeah, second best gets real expensive real quick. Matthew, novice to PLO, why does most of these guys limp in flop pretty good, then check every time? There's a lot of reasons they could be. They could be waiting to realize their equity on later streets. They don't want to put too much money in drawing. They know that their opponents have a lot of different combinations of hands that beat them, and so it's a lot harder to just be jamming money in there, even with top set. So these guys are playing a little more cautiously than maybe some of the no-limit Hold'em guys. Part because you have to fold some good hands. Yeah, some quote-unquote good hands. A lot in PLO, i.e. your value isn't true value in PLO unless you have the nuts, because you have to have the hand that's most likely to win on the river. The nuts on the flop is not as relevant as it is in No Limit Hold'em. The river is where you get paid. Whoever's winning on the river is the one that's gonna win.
Almost reverse on some level, yeah.
So Zach's got top 2 here, betting 200, and BJ considering looking him up with just a pair and miss clubs, miss straight draw. 200 into 542. Imagine he's going to get away from this. I mean, one pair on this kind of board after he 3-bet in the small blind. He doesn't like getting bluffed, but it's a pretty hard call there. In too deep in LA. Matthew, they are nits and are misplaying their hand generally. Maybe. I don't know. Yeah, a lot of good discussion here. With speculative hands, it can be good to try and see a cheap flop since you can absolutely smash it. Yeah, but you have to be good enough to be able to fold the second and third best type hands and not over-invest too much in hands that seem okay. People play way too loose pre-flops, so they overcall pre. Yeah.
Yeah, it does open a lot of possibility in PLO, so you tend to want to see more flops and play hands. It probably shouldn't be more often than not, but definitely that river is kind of the key to this game for sure.
For sure. Governor, second best also pays depending on who you're playing. The whale bluffing blockers can be profitable. For sure.
Another bomb pot here.
$15 bomb pot. Surprised they're not amping it up a little bit. The stacks are getting pretty big. $15 bomb pot seems like last night they were playing $500 horse races, essentially, where you get dealt 4 cards and everybody flips cards over until they whoever has the best hand. I mean, it's like it was a 4K blind pot each time.
Yeah, they definitely came to play last night. They were not afraid.
I just couldn't imagine. I couldn't believe it the first time. I was like, they're all putting $500 out there. It was wild. So we've got, uncapped ranges here. Everybody's in. Zach flopped a queen high flush here and wants to get everybody to fold except maybe someone with a jack high flush. This is probably okay. Joe's got top set. So Joe's got a set of kings, but he's got no real redraws, and so he's just going to flat call here, hoping for the board to pair. And Zach knows that. Zach knows that a board pair here is probably detrimental to his hand. Waiting to see the turn card here. Okay, turn and river, queen and a 5. So Zach dodged all the board pairing and is going to bet for value here. 150. Joe might be sticky enough to call here since it's not a ton more to him. He's running pretty well. He's got top set, and again, shows what I know about Joe's game.
Yeah, I mean, look,
good fold. Those are the folds you have to make.
That's what keeps those stacks tall.
Right. Yeah. I mean, for Hold'em players transitioning to PLO, it probably feels like you have to call there. Like, well, I've got top set. I mean, how do I get away from this? But in PLO, it's just more of the nature of the game to be able to make folds like that.
That is for sure.
And we've already got Rounders quotes coming into the chat. Thank you, Sammy Hold'em.
So Ben, tell us more about you, man. How did you get into poker?
Well, I grew up in Louisiana, North Louisiana, and so we didn't have a ton going on. And so during the moneymaker era, me and the boys started playing 5 cent, 10 cent every single night one summer. 2000, I don't know if it was 2003. It might have been 2004 or 5 when ESPN started showing the reruns. And there was a couple summers where we played every single night. 5 cent, 10 cent, or playing like $5 tournaments.
I remember those days. I used to play those same types of games.
Yeah, and I would get devastated if losing the $5 or whatever.
Oof.
And since then, I've just been a fan of the game. I don't ever claim to be a pro by any means. I played a good bit in college and really enjoyed it, and was in the military and the Marines for a while, so I got to travel around and play in a few different places in the country. And I've just been a fan of the game, really like watching people play. I like analyzing people play. And, obviously love watching the high-stakes stuff because it's just kind of like a pipe dream type thing. It's just insane to watch. But more specifically, when I got out of the Marines, my wife and I moved to Austin in 2016. And at the time, TCH Austin was one of maybe 2 clubs that were doing kind of membership-based poker, and they only had the South location, which was in kind of a dumpy part of town in a kind of a shack-type building. And I met, I saw that they were playing, and I think I just emailed Sam or emailed, who's the other guy down there? Not Ryan, but the other guy that was running ops. I can't remember his name. But I just like, hey, I've dealt home games before. Would love to come audition to deal. And I went and like watched a bunch of YouTube videos on how to deal and everything, and went and did an audition, and started dealing at the South location at TCH Austin. And then my wife and I eventually moved to North Austin, and around the same time, Ryan and them were opening kind of the main North location, and so I helped in that I was one of the dealers at the opening of the North Austin location. So I dealt there for a few months and got to know some of the guys, and eventually moved to Dallas to come get my MBA. And while we were up here, I had saw that Dallas was opening a location, and so I kept in touch with Ryan. Ryan was also a Marine, and so we shared that past bit of camaraderie. And so I just started coming to TCH Dallas, supporting the team, coming by, playing every once in a while. And then the TCH Dallas crew were looking for commentators, did an audition, and now I'm here.
Wow.
So
You've seen it all. You've seen it from the very beginning then, huh? That's
I have,
amazing.
yeah. And it's I saw it grow. It basically transformed the landscape in Austin, where it was one kind of low-stakes shack, membership only, that expanded into like 10 clubs in Austin, 10 clubs in Houston, San Antonio, Rio Grande Valley, and now up in Dallas. So it's been impressive to see over the course of essentially 5 years the whole poker landscape change in Texas. So I'm just a fan of the game. I doubt I've ever been a profitable player. I've also never played for really that high stakes or anything. I'm more of just a fan of the game, and I like the competitive aspect of it, and also the social aspect of it, especially kind of at the lower stakes where everybody's not taking things too seriously. There's a few people that are still trying to put their hoodie and sunglasses on at the low stakes, but I have just enjoyed the game and like the community and like the things that TCH is doing, because they're trying to make it where you don't have to go to some underground club and risk getting robbed or risk getting raided or all that kind of stuff. I'm just not interested in dealing with that. And I'm also not interested in driving 2 hours if I want to go play poker somewhere. So all in all, and I like entertaining people. I like making people laugh. I like talking. I like public speaking. I like, broadcasting the whole aspect of this. So it's been fun for me to get a chance to commentate. And this is my first time really commentating on poker ever, and learning a lot, and definitely learned a lot from the guys in Austin, and just appreciate the opportunity. So I'm happy to be here, and hopefully people aren't sick of hearing my voice yet, and you'll be hearing a lot more from me, hopefully.
Yeah, we're very happy to have you, man. You're doing a heck of a job.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I've been very impressed. So
thank you. Yeah, it's fun because it's close to our house. Can't beat the commute, and can't beat the people. Everybody's so genuinely nice, and nobody's a freaking grinder that's not going to be social with you. Like everybody I've met here, that even the players, everybody's kind and is just trying to play cards. They're not trying to own anybody's soul usually. Maybe at the higher stakes they are, but at least at the lower stakes, it's fun. And it's just fun to be involved with, having a little piece of providing the service to everybody.
for sure. Looks like we got a little bit of a hand here. We got King Queen with a nice open-ended draw there in the top pair.
With a spade draw and a Broadway draw.
See this getting to be a decent sized pot for sure.
Yeah, two big stacks here. 4,400 between them. BJ's coming off of that missed wrap and has rebought, and now he's got a very big draw here. Let's see. Checking back in the chat. What's the Saturday game going to be? I think it's going to be the final table of the 365 buy-in tournament.
Saturday will pretty much be locked up for that for a little while at the very least. Obviously, we'll definitely be doing the 500K final table on there as well. But yeah, we'll try to keep at least a tournament and a couple cash games throughout the week. Maybe mix it up from time to time.
Nice. David Lozano, what was your MOS? I was an 0402 logistics officer. So basically like a Navy SEAL, but more elite,
Stuff is
which is a joke, because I essentially provided hot food and trucks.
I'm still sure you went through a lot to get through there.
Yeah. No, it was.
We appreciate you for it.
Absolutely. I was happy to do it at the time. I'm also happy to be out. It's I was in very good shape back then, but also it's nice to not be waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning and running.
I had a good friend of mine. He went to, I believe he was in the Marines as well, and he, man, I will tell you, he went in there in, we'll call it shape 1, and came out totally different shape.
Yeah.
I was shocked.
Like a boot camp?
When he came out of boot camp, I was like, "Who are you?" I was like, "Oh my god!"
They beat you. They beat you down to the core.
He told me some of the stories. I was like, "Yeah, no chance. I don't have that. He kind of nowhere near that kind of level of discipline or willpower to do that."
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing about like the enlisted side of the Marines. You can they want you to show up in good enough shape, but basically you can show up in any kind of shape, and they're going to keep you there until you're in the best shape of your life.
Yes,
and essentially only skin and muscle and no body fat.
All right, so wait, you got to tell me, did you have to go through the gas chamber thing?
Oh yeah.
Oh
yeah. Everybody does.
How
Yeah.
you guys do that? That's amazing.
On the officer side, we wait. We don't do it at boot camp. We do it at what we call the basic school, which is after you get your commission. The officer side is a little different process in becoming a Marine. But yeah, the gas chamber is one of those most fun you never want to have again type moments, because it is. When you're in it, it's just like, this can't be real life. I cannot believe I'm opening this gas mask in this chamber and just letting gas go into our lungs.
I can't even imagine it.
But it's interesting when you go through something like that, because you look back, it's like, wow, it's amazing what you can do when you have no other option. And that was a lot of the things that I did in the Marines that if you asked me to do it in a vacuum, I would have said, I can't do that. But when you're put in the position, you have no other choice, and all your pride's on the line, and the people around you are counting on you to do that kind of thing, you can do a lot.
I, for one, am impressed, that's for sure.
Thank you.
That I can never. I will say, in a vacuum that we're in right now, the answer is I will, unless I absolutely have to.
Yeah.
Probably never going to.
For sure. Yeah. It's definitely not for everybody, and it's not easy, nor is it like a cakewalk by any means.
Sure.
But it was something I was super proud of, and look back very fondly. It's a good time in my life. But you do, after a certain while, the terrible hours and the physical exertion and stuff does get pretty old, and so it's nice to get out once you're allowed to get out. See, Mindy Campbell, any chance TCH will have a room west of Dallas? People are already asking for additional rooms, Victor.
That's amazing. I mean, the demand is definitely in the area, that's for sure. And, we're always looking for other opportunities for TCH to keep growing the brand. And, a lot of that stuff is ran by Ryan and some of the owners and investors. So they've got a lot of projects in the works. So they're working on some big stuff for us soon. So hopefully we get to hear about some of this stuff in your future.
For sure. I like it.
A lot of magic that goes on behind the scenes.
Yeah, I mean, you're essentially opening a brick and mortar business.
Yeah, it's not the easiest one to open. It's not like open a pizza shop where it's been done thousands of times. We're kind of
blazing the trail still. Yeah. Let's see here. We've got 337 watching, 126 likes. Good ratio going. Let's keep it up. Destroy that like button if you haven't already.
I think my last stream I commented on, we were at like 150, 1 or 2, somewhere around that range.
Nice.
So
let's
see
get
if we
to
can
150.
Beat it. Like 151. That's a nice number.
All these Rounders quotes. You're essentially quoting the entire movie. Sammy Hold'em. Thank you. Great movie though. One of my favorite movies, which is super cliche for a poker commentator to say, but
it's the truth is the truth.
It's still one of my favorite movies. It's so good. I used to. This is terrible, but I used to have a DVD screen in my car back in the day, and when I was driving way back in the day, Windstar, I would watch that movie on the way.
Oh, the motivational. All right.
And then drive home in complete silence after blasting off whatever money.
So you went up there with Rounders and came back with a high roller. Have you seen the high roller one with the Stu Unger story?
Yes, I have. Yeah,
that's the one on the way
back. less production value. That's right.
Oh man. I actually think I might. I'm probably gonna regret saying this, but I think I might put high roller higher than Rounders though in my book.
Oh yeah,
I think so. I mean,
that guy in real life was quite the character.
His story is just amazing, man.
And he was apparently just destroying people at another level.
Yeah, he's just some people just see things that's just so purely, and I think he was just one of those guys that just was like, man.
And you think about the landscape of the game back then. No one was thinking about Like people would get offended if you check raised them,
Oh
that kind of
my
thing.
God,
And this
yeah.
guy was just steamrolling them in a way that was so much more modern. And in turn, I mean, he was crushing the game. But it was unfortunate that he had other
funny
things.
you say that because there's literally a rule that proves it, right? There's literally a rule that says check and raise is allowed, and it's like, man, that used to be not allowed. Now check and raise is allowed,
Yeah.
and actually highly encouraged. It's actually offensive to check and check.
Chris W. LOL, my buddy and I did the exact same thing with Rounders and WinStar. Yeah, all right. So there's other degenerates out there that, I got to watch poker while I go play poker.
It's like watching Rocky before a fight or something.
Right. Oh, man. Let's see. Let's get back to the action here. We got 5-handed, 1,100 in the pot, and it looks like it went raise. Somehow it went 3-bet to 665. I don't think that's.
Yeah, it looks like
I'm
a
not
bunch
sure.
of callers for 85. That's probably about right.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
it's
a bunch
this
of callers
street,
in between. That makes more sense. So Chris is going to call with double suited kings. Zach 3-bet 665 with 9975 double suited. I don't think BJ or Carlos are going to be in there. Surely not. Unless BJ wants to gamble. I mean, he's thinking about it. I mean, he's a pretty deliberate player as it is, so this might be the standard time he uses to make decisions. You can tell the room is full and lively at TCH Dallas. We can hear them through the door. People are having a good time.
Oh yeah,
The room is full.
That's one thing I will say about this room, and it is popping at all times. Never a dull moment in here.
All right, so
decent pot here though.
So BJ called the 570 with Queen Jack 7-4 double suited. He has got a middling hand here. He doesn't know that his hearts are completely live. It's an aggressive call, and he's playing 3-handed. But if he smashes his flop, he's going to win a huge pot. Jack 3-5, and you see everybody's got basically a third of the equity.
This really can just go either way, I guess. Oh, it's kind of interesting.
BJ's got jacks and an inside straight draw. Zach has got 9s and a backdoor spade draw, backdoor straight draw. Chris has got an overpair, backdoor spades, turn card, an 8 here. So Chris is still in the lead with just one pair, an overpair. I think any bet here could do some damage. BJ's going to have to pot it here if he wants to take it down, but he's not. He's going to hope he can get to the river. Okay, so he is going to pot it here.
Yeah.
He's not messing around. $1,100.
Goes to show you though, you look at Zach's hand, you see 9s and 7-5 on that Jack 5-3 board, and you think, man, he doesn't really, he should have way less equity, you would think, but just goes to show you how important that turn and river really are. Like, there's just so many possibilities and combinations of cards that can improve your hand. So
yeah, so now Zach has to call for his whole stack if he wants to continue. He's got a double gutter and a pair of 9s. He can catch a 6. He can catch a 10. He can catch a 9. Chris is faced with pretty. I think you have to fold here since you only have one pair, even though you're technically ahead. But it's all about the hand that has the best chance to win at the end. This is turning into quite the hand. 3,400. Tom's in the box doing his thing. He's a really good dealer as well.
yeah, Tom's definitely his PLO skills are pretty high up there. I know that much. He's
Gosh,
he's
the
ready
mental
for
math you have to do.
Yeah, he's good at it though. He can snap it off.
All right, so BJ sees the good news that he's got 65% equity. Are they running it multiple times? Okay, so it looks like Queen Jack won the first board with trip jacks. The river is a deuce. BJ is going to scoop with trips on the top board and one pair on the bottom board for a $3,400 pot. Zach was all in for $556 with a double gutter and a pair. And BJ turned Queen Jack 7-4 into $300.
I'll definitely make up for his wrap from earlier.
For
I'm
sure. He's
so.
now got $4,700 behind. Yeah, that call is making the best hand probably fold. It did make the best hand fold. And, for the Kings, it's like, oh, come on, man. A one pair was good here.
It's tough, man, especially in this game. Those are the hands that are the toughest, when you're trying to get there with what looks like pretty much nothing, but when you see a bunch of draws that miss and don't get there, sometimes that's where that next level stuff comes in. That I'm not quite on.
You got to be thinking with who was that, Zach? You got to be bewildered at the hand that BJ turns over. I mean, look at all that cash. Contemplating, how do I lose this hand? Even though on the turn he's just got kind of a middle pair and an open ender, it's still kind of a gambly call for your whole stack. But to see BJ turn over the Queen Jack 7-4, it's like, oh, I didn't realize that was what I was going up against. But if BJ can change gears here and tighten it up a little bit, he could use that to his advantage to hopefully get max value out of his next hand.
Yeah, I do love doing that, man. Just you watch, you play so many hands. They see so many tabled hands. They're just like, man, this guy's willing to play anything. You tighten it up real quick and then start running good. It's like, whew,
that is the best possible situation.
The double whammy there. Oh man, that's the dream. I love that.
And like ideally, you always want to do that. It's like, this is what I'm going to do, and they're never going to notice. But you need to have a few things work in your favor all at once to be able to effectively do that.
Not easy to control, that's for sure.
For sure. But the people there's some guys out there that make it look easy, where it looks like this guy's playing insane right now, showing all these weird hands, and then just at the right time he can show an actual legit hand and get paid for what most people wouldn't get paid for.
Yeah, one thing that BJ is definitely very good at is putting pressure on players, so it's really tough to really, even if he is playing pretty loose hands, he's got a very keen understanding as to put that pressure on people with bet sizing and stuff like that. So
for sure. We got three legitimate hands here: Jack 10 9-8, Queen Queen 3-3, 9-8 7-5. So Chris flops an inside straight draw. Patrick has middle pair and spade draw. Zach has a lower spade draw, and he's all in for 275. Chris is gonna rejam for about 340 all in, and Patrick is faced with a call here with kind of second spade draw. Did he just call, or did he throw it in?
Looks like
so he called. So three ways.
A little more.
So he's happy to see that he's got 87. I mean, he doesn't know he has 87% equity, I'm willing to bet, but he didn't realize how good his spade draw was. So Chris has got to fade a bunch of spades, and he's got to catch a perfect queen of heart, or the queen of hearts is already gone. Queen of diamonds. So he needs to catch exactly the queen of diamonds or queen of clubs. Queen of diamonds or queen of clubs here. Zach has got to. What's he need? It looks like we're running at once. Patrick turned a set of threes, so he further improved on the turn, and he's going to bust out or felt two players for $1,600. Nice hand. This is why I don't play PLO. Yeah, Pat's not afraid to get it in there.
Yeah, once he's faced those two bets of about $300 there, it's not too much of a gamble for him to try to play that hand. So.
Yeah, that's true. It just wasn't a ton for him to call. It worked out for him.
Plenty of odds on that hand.
The 20s are coming out.
Uh-oh.
Looks like he had to hit the ATM maybe.
As long as it's not the 50s. For whatever reason, everybody puts those bad lucks on the 50s. I never got it. I never understood, so it was a little weird.
It's like, oh, I don't want 50s.
Yeah. I remember my buddy told me that we were playing in I went to Vegas, I think, one of the first times, and I don't know where I thought it was a joke. I thought it was just, being whatever, and they're like, yeah, you don't buy them with 50s. And I was like, what? And
watch me.
And I did, and for what it's worth, I haven't ran good ever since. So maybe there's something to it. So who knows?
Ridiculous.
I remember we were playing craps, and I would just set a number and 7 out. Just like, oh man, maybe.
You hate it when your superstitions actually come to fruition, because then it's hard to get that out of your mind. It is a weird bill, though. Like, what do you use a $50 bill for?
It is interesting. We have a $50 bill, but we don't have a $500 bill.
Yeah.
Or if we do, we don't definitely. It's not in circulation as much as it should be, anyways.
Right. Chris rebuying him. Can't tell how much he is behind, and maybe 500 behind, 800 behind. 10, 10, 7, 7, raising it to 70. Carlos is going to look him up with Jack 9, 7, 6 in the big blind. Patrick folds Zach. Pretty good hand. King, Jack, Jack 9, double suited. He's only got 330 behind. Calling 50 there. Wonder if they're going to +1 in the straddle.
I have lock boxes at TCH. I just placed that order recently, so they will be here soon.
Oh, nice.
We have a limited amount of them, but we are going to put them into play. So
that's great.
Definitely, yeah, something that definitely had a demand for. So we're gonna get that put in. Hopefully next week or two. I don't know how long it's gonna take for that thing to ship, but
Chris turned a set of 10s here. Zach has got a Broadway draw and a pair of kings. Broadway draw. That's 125. Chris is just going to smooth call set of 10s. Don't really blame him for that. So much coordination up there. And he's going to pair the board, so now he rivers a boat. Zach's only got 200 behind. He's going to stick with it, putting 200 in. It's going to be an easy call for Chris. After rebuying, he's going to win an $800 pot. Pretty nice rally there after rebuying.
all right, guys. Ben's gonna take a little break here for a second, so you got just me for probably a hand or two here. So let's see what my analysis skills turn out to be here. I'm gonna see if I can take a little bit of what I've played with these guys and then put into practice them. Looks like the action's picking a little bit here and getting some bigger pots, which is kind of cool to see. You know, these games tend to progress that way, especially, you know, throughout the day. I've seen these games start off a couple hundred piece and then in the night, you know, and a few thousand stacks on average, and sometimes even bigger. So I like to see, it's good to see this game, and it's fun to watch and definitely fun to play. Definitely one of our regular games in the room. So if you're a big PLO player or Congress or Big O or any of those combinations, we've got it all here. We're constantly spreading all kinds of different games, round of each, dealer's choice, all kinds of different things. So like we got a couple $15 balls here. Patrick trying to get his hand read there. Let's see what's going on here. No luck. No. 8. Let's see. Try it again. Every once in a while, these readers, they're a little difficult. It's tough to get those cards in the right spots from time to time. Looks like we're going to go to this flop 5 ways. Deuce 8-4 flop. A ton for everybody. Looks like BJ's got the best of it with the hearts. Not many other hands are going to probably be willing to put anything in on that. BJ's going to pretty much lock it up with that. Probably doesn't know that, but I'm sure he's pretty confident in his jack-high flush, especially with that gut shot straight flush being out there. Like nobody's going to take a stab at it, and guessing BJ will probably throw a small bet out there and try to get somebody to call him off, which is probably going to be unlikely. Like we got Mike Youngblood in the chat here. What's going on, Mike? Taking some of what I learned from Mike when I went down there and did a little bit of commentating with him my first stream. BJ's gonna take it down with his jack high flush. Ben Wenger, did you have to ban anyone from Dallas yet? You know, even if we did, we probably wouldn't want to disclose that type of stuff. But for the most part, we've got a very, very good membership base. Everybody here is super nice, super just easygoing. You know, our players are very understanding. They're very willing to give their feedback and vice versa. So we're always willing to work with our members. We don't usually need to escalate to anything drastic like that. You know, I've definitely seen it in some poker rooms and casinos and stuff where you know some players can get out of hand. That's for sure. But that's definitely not the case here. We've just got an amazing team. We've got amazing members and everything. So if you haven't checked out the club, definitely put it on your list of things to do because it's just a different level of poker when you used to playing in some of these other casinos and poker rooms and stuff like that. You come here and you're just going to feel just a totally different atmosphere and environment. All right, looks like we've got a little raise here. We got Patrick with pocket aces, no suited aces, unfortunately, but still pretty solid hand pre-flop. He's got the ace king, ace deuce, or some straight combos. Zach in the 1C, waking up with jacks and fours. Gonna try to flop some sets here. Right. Gonna go heads up to the flop, Patrick and Zach. And flopping a set of aces for Patrick. All right, that's pretty much what you're hoping for when you got that hand, especially when you don't have those suits. Patrick's going to lead out here for looks like 125. Fortunately, Zach's got nothing he can really see or go to with that, so that's going to be the end of that.
$3,600 behind. He's been running pretty good.
Sure.
Can confirm the room is hopping. I just went and got a tea, and it's pretty maxed out there right now.
Yeah, our weekday and weekend action, nighttime, man, I'll tell you, it gets slammed in here real quick, real easy.
For sure.
Lots of action.
Mike Youngblood in the chat again. What's up, Mike?
I have to get Mike out here to do some guest commentating, huh?
Absolutely. Yeah, he's the OG. PLO Kane. All right, are we doing a bomb pot? Is that what's happening here?
I think so. I kind of missed a little bit there, but it looks like that's what's about to happen. Ace, queen, 10, flop, 2 spades. We got Chris flopping a straight. Like there's too many flush draws out there, if any. I don't see any flush draws. So
this is the tough part. You kind of got to tread lightly when you flop the nuts here.
Yeah, it's
two spades out there.
You know, you're up against a lot of hands, so you got to be careful as to what can come. But
Patrick flop top 2 pair, and a Broadway draw and backdoor diamonds.
BJ's got every single blocker to the
trip
straight,
jacks.
so
he
might get a little.
See, look, he's even considering. He's like,
I like it, to be honest with you. I really like he's got to figure nobody's gonna have the nuts, but unfortunately, he is wrong.
Pretty nice stack, $4,700.
This is exactly what BJ's probably thinking.
Unfortunately, Chris has got the case jack, and he's like, well, if you're gonna bet it for me.
Yeah. Curious to see what Chris does with this, but
good fold by Patrick, top 2.
Lots of straights and flushes out there for Patrick to get ran over by, so get out of the way.
See if Chris pots it and just flexes his equity right now. He knows that BJ has to be drawing or bluffing.
This could pay off if the river's a brick. This could actually get Chris paid off a little more there by a check call from BJ because BJ's probably saying he's got some sort of combo draw. Unfortunately,
Patrick would have rivered queens full.
Really bad card.
So that is a really bad card, and BJ, he's the type of guy that could pot it here and put Chris to the test.
Ooh, yeah, he might just walk BJ right into a big bluff here. Not too sure of how big a scare card that is for Chris. So I think that BJ's gonna take a shot at it. I think he's gonna have to go pretty big here.
He only bets 300.
That's 300.
Trying to reverse level, say on value betting.
Say that's too low. I think he needs to go the other way. Yeah.
Chris is like, well, I've got the nut straight.
Yeah, I can see why BJ does that. He's got to probably have put him on some sort of spades or some ace 10 type of hand that he was hoping he would just easily let go. But when he got that case jack, it's kind of not one of the hands that BJ probably put him on.
Yeah, nice pot. So it's cool being able to see that, where you can essentially deduce BJ is doing exactly that. He knows that he's got almost all the blockers for the nut straight, and so he should feel confident betting there using blockers almost as a value hand, where he's saying, I'm pretty confident that nobody else has a jack. It was unfortunate this time that he did have the case jack, but
yeah, it's got to be frustrating too when BJ, makes that bet, he calls, and the hand he loses to is the case jack. So many other hands he could have lost to, the queen 10, queen, ace queen, something like that. But yeah, it's a little frustrating because the whole plan was that nobody had that jack and the king, but unfortunately he was incorrect.
all right, on to the next hand. Jay with king, queen, jack, 8. Carlos and Patrick, not much to look at here. Patrick's going to come along, jack 9, 3, deuce.
So I got some inside information here. It says we got Donkey coming in. He said he's never played PLO. Let's see. Let's see how this goes over. It should be fun to watch.
Hey, there's only one way to learn. The Debo's going to flop trip 5s here with an ace when nobody else has a 10 in their hand. BJ's got a queen high club draw. Zach's got king high clubs. And Patrick is going to just stab at it since nobody else wanted to. Zach's going to call with second nut clubs. Debo's in there with trip 5s. Just going to smooth call. And a 10, that's going to slow everybody down a ton. Now Debo can only really check call here. Maybe even check fold if somebody showed a bunch of strength, but not. So now Debo probably feels pretty good about his trip 5 since nobody put a bet in on the turn. Clubs didn't get there. They probably put a value bet out there, I think. Or I would like to see a value bet. But alas, checks through. He's going to show his trip 5s. Scooper duper. $280, not huge, but also didn't lose a ton either.
Racer Nerd says, "Oh man, I hope y'all aren't lying about Donkey. I don't think I am, but you never know."
Joe's got 6,200 behind. BJ's in second place with $4,000. Kind of irrelevant cash game chip stacks, but Joe's winning a little bit. Not sure how much, but nobody started with more than $2,000. And I think Joe and BJ have both rebought, so interesting to see what their cumulative winnings are.
Yeah, these stacks are definitely starting to build now. There's been a couple of big all-in pots. So
yeah, and we're already at 8:42, so we've got an hour and 15 minutes left in this 125 PLO stream. If you haven't already, hit that like button. It's at 135. We need at least 15 more likes for Victor to feel okay about his time here.
I think I was 16. I wanted 151. 16. Yeah, 151. Don't shortchange me. Okay. Nope. If I have to go create another account, I will.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I'm not going to lie. I have 134 accounts. So thank you for that one.
No, yeah. Ace, queen, jack 3 for Joe. Ace, 8, 5, 4 for Chris. BJ raising it to 55 with 9, 8, 6, 4. He's opening it up. Continuing to open it up. It's worked out for him so far. Zach, king, jack, 9, 9. He's been pretty close to the vest. I haven't seen him splashing around that much, so BJ's probably taking note of that Zach really hasn't V-pipped much, and so it probably means something that Zach's deciding to come along under the gun in the straddle, although the price wasn't huge. So BJ is going to flop a flush, a 9-high flush. Zach flop top pair. Pretty good kicker, but that's about it. Chris has got just a gutter ball. And it's going to go bet, fold, fold. Nice. Well, it's always nice to open it up to 9-8-6-4 and flop good and take it down.
Not your best hand to take it down with on the flop. So
what's the max buy-in for the 1-2 1-3? For 1-2, it's 300. For the 1-3, it's 1,000.
Yeah, for the mixed game, it's 600. But our,
my bad.
Yeah,
my bad.
so but all our PLO games and the 1-2-5s and everything, it's all 1,000 max or match the stack. So for the most part, we try to keep the smaller games a little protected for the newer players, the ones that are still trying to learn the game and just kind of want to play more on a casual level. But for the bigger stakes, we've got plenty of options and kind of build it into the game a little bit. So we're trying not to keep it too crazy out of control, but at the same time, if it wants to get there, it will. So.
Yeah, that's a nice thing. Like for the players that want to play casually and don't want to deal with multi-$1,000 swings, it's nice to cap it at 300. So it keeps somebody brought up 1-2 max buy-in over 5,000. Like a lot of Texas games do have match the stack for 1-2, and it gets out of hand real quick.
Yeah, for sure.
And so for those players that just want to play casually and don't want to play for their mortgage, that's a pretty nice thing. But then once you get up to 1-3 and 2-5, you can play as high as you want, really.
Yeah, that's the thing. That's what I like about our room is that if you're trying to play big, you've got that option. If you're trying to just have fun and just enjoy your time here, that's on the table as well. So
for sure.
Raise here.
Chris, ace 7-8, raising it to 10. P Fox, what's happening? BJ 3-bet to 20. They're just trying to build a pot here. BJ 3-bet to 20 with king 8 6 deuce, and P Fox is going to 4-bet king queen jack 8 on the button. Chris, I wouldn't be surprised if he doesn't put a 5-bet in here. He's got a suited aces with a suit and a straight card, but I think he just calls here for 85. And Zach's going to come along for sure. So 3-handed to this flop, a bunch of big hands here. 308 in the pot, 7-10-7. So Chris, this is nice. When you have aces, you also flop trips with an ace. So he's got 70% equity here. Going to go check around to P Fox, who's going to continue. He's got a inside straight draw. Going to bet 110, it looks like. Chris taking a look back at his cards. Is my life really this good right now? Flop trips. And I've got a redraw to nut full house. Quads draw. Zach has just backdoor spades. It's not a huge price. Oh, it's his whole stack. He's only got 108 bucks left. So heads up to a turn. Chris has got pretty much a hammerlock on this unless a 9 comes. And the ace comes on the turn. Chris is like, yeah, life's pretty good right now when you turn aces full.
Yeah, it's
with a guy betting into you.
Pretty much the dream in this game.
And P Fox is going to continue here. These guys are not scared. So he's going to bet 200 into 528. So he's either way, he's giving Chris a really good price, as if Chris didn't have just such a massive hand. And so he's got to consider, do I just call here and let him bluff it one more time? It's tough, though, because you're out of position, and you hate to see this go check on the river if so.
Yeah, it's almost like I feel like he's got to feel pretty strong that he's going to bet that river, otherwise he's got to lead out here, hoping that he gets,
So be very sneaky if he checks here.
Yeah, I don't know how he gets more value out of this hand. I'm not sure.
Yeah, you kind of have to set your price at a certain point, because what do you expect him to have betting on that turn with you sitting there with all of the board?
Yeah.
You're just going to have to hope and pray that he hit jacks full. Like, this is a good time to bet, and I think he's realizing that now.
Yeah, I would like to see a really small bet here just to maybe entice a raise so he can.
Because he knows it's so hard. I mean, he's got a 7 too, so he knows it's really hard for him to have much.
I feel like that's just too big, unfortunately.
Bet 450 into 13. You bet 450 into 13, or you bet 450 into 9?
And 9, yeah, you bet about half the size of the pot.
Okay.
It looks like P Fox is thinking about something here. I don't know if it's a little
Might be
bit
posturing a little bit.
Yeah, it could be something like that, but I'd be very shocked to see if he makes a play here. But I guess he could put him on.
No flush draws. We're out there to miss.
8-9 got there.
8-9 got there.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's just trying to protect his image a little bit there. Looked like he wasn't too weak. So, I mean, he's not a little bit of a wrap there on that turn, but not too much, nothing.
You thinking about raising here?
Yeah.
Like making a big move? I mean, that's the only you can't call. I mean, he's just got a pair of jacks. He's going to have to basically shove or fold. I think that must be what he's thinking about. Does Chris have the ability to fold here? What goes check, call, bet, river?
Wow, he calls.
He called.
It's not what I expected to happen.
Ace is full. What do you have?
Wow, that's literally the last
Dude,
thing I
way to
thought
get
was
paid, Chris. What a line. And somehow you got one pair to call. They must have a history or know something that we don't. I mean, that'll be interesting to talk to him and hear what he was.
Yeah, I'd love to know what hand he put him on. I mean, I guess he could have just put him on a 10 there and just, assume that he was maybe like a 10 king queen type of hand or something.
Oh, he's got a straight. He's got Broadway. Everybody's saying.
Oh, jeez.
That's my bad. That's my bad. I just saw a jack. I was like, what does this guy actually have? You're right. He's got a straight. I got it.
And that's why.
Are they high? He has Broadway.
And that's awkward, but that's all right.
Bro, read the board. I've read the board now. Once you read this, once you're looking at the board for 4 hours straight.
In all fairness,
that's
I didn't have
my
my Red Bull today. So.
Yeah, that's my 1 in 9 hours of doing this. All right.
All right. Let's let the chat tell us which one of us started us, because one of us convinced the other one. So which one was it, me or was it Ben?
All of us were just so distracted with him having aces full.
Yeah, I can't see beyond aces full. I'm sorry.
So yes, duly noted. He had a straight.
What is a straight again? Is that the one? With
I think it goes deuce, ace, king, queen, jack. I think is the best possible straight you can have.
What I've understood.
Yeah, like deuce, and it's 2 suits. Deuce, ace, king, suited, queen, jack is the best possible.
Look, I don't get anything straights or higher, so I'm not used to seeing these types of hands. Okay.
Thank you, Governor. An empathetic person. Too many cards in PLO. Happens to all of us. Yeah, there is a lot of cards going on, but you're right. That's on me.
That was all right. All right.
We're having a good time.
3 diamonds on the board. No flush, right? Let's make sure. No flush.
As of now, unless the cards change.
All right. No runner, nothing.
Towner Park, he's posturing with a straight. Thanks, dude. Love the commentary. Appreciate it. Solid commentary from you as well. Thank you. Literally miss one hand. Miss one hand in front of 300 people, and they all start to correct you.
We did have a solid minute there.
Fully staring at all the cards.
Oh man, that's great. And if anybody wants to know, we do play in these cash games, just so you guys are aware.
If you want a piece of this incompetence, feel free to stop by
at any
and
point.
Play us.
If I'm in the tank on the river, it's not because I'm trying to figure out what you have. It's because I'm trying to figure out what
I'll be the one wearing the Razorback hat. I'm the only one in the room wearing the Razorback hat. Come find me and you can take my money.
Oh man, that is great. Well,
I wonder what he's thinking. He's got a pair of jacks only. I think it must have been because it grayed out the hands, and so I was just looking at the aces full. It's like, what is this guy? Just wasn't even paying attention.
That sounds good to me. I'll use it. I'll take that as an excuse. I'll take any excuse after that.
Oh, the chat pros. We got 146 likes. That interaction should get us over 151.
I mean, can we at least get me to the 151?
Give us the pity likes for that poor commentary on the last hand. Look, we never claim to be perfect. Take our stream watching very seriously. Yes, you do.
Good. Keep it that way.
Good. That's loyalty. That's dedication. I like it. I'm willing to put my reputation and credibility on the line for y'all to have a good time.
That's all that matters. That's all it's about is having a good time, no matter what you're doing in life.
That's right. P. Fox is going to look back and watch that hand and be, what are these dudes talking about? I've clearly got a straight. Imbeciles.
Oh, man.
It's all love. It's all love. All right, so things have cooled down a little bit. Heads up for $100, ace 8-10. Carlos, if I'm reading this correctly, has a nut spade draw and a Broadway draw. P Fox has a double gutter. And Carlos turns additional straight outs. No, he does not. Yes, he does. A 7 gives him a straight. A jack gives him a straight. Spades. Pokey Polly, what's the buy-in? It's uncapped. So I'm not sure what the minimum is. 300 maybe. But the max is no max. You can buy in for whatever you want.
He curves a straight there with that 7. Pretty sure that's a straight. 6,
So
7, 8,
69 got there. Nice.
Off 5 my fingers. We're good. It's funny, too, because earlier today, Nick, one of the supervisors, managers that work here, we were at a store and we saw a poster that had all the hand rankings, but it was like kind of artsy and stuff. And we're looking at it, and it had, straight all, pair all the way up to the Royal and all stuff. And I go, that's really nice. I want maybe get that for the room or something. It's like $750. Turns out, could have bought that and put that right in here and just put it right in front of me for $750. Save myself all the embarrassment.
Wow. Was it like an actual art piece?
Yeah, it was actually really cool. It was like black and white, and it's got. Yeah, I was shocked. I was like, man, I'll just print that out myself. I can remake that. But yeah, it was great. It's really funny. I hope Nick's listening, and then he'll get a big kick out of that one.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you actually should have bought that.
Yep.
You saved some of your credibility.
Should have asked if they had a pocket-sized one. Bring that.
Right.
Put my wallet like that.
I'm gonna Google the hand rankings real quick.
Like the guys at the blackjack table with little.
Okay, it says to split here.
Yep.
Carlos was double gutted on the flop. Okay,
Yeah,
I believe you.
Straddles this hand here.
Oh yeah, big straddles here.
80. There we go. Now these guys are loosening up.
So we got the double, triple, quadruple straddle out there, which should make the pre-flop raises pretty significant now. Competition is healthy. Stream Wars. 150 likes. Who's going to be our 151st like? BJ, Ace, Queen, Jack 9. I promise you he's going to raise this here in the big blind. There's already 80 out there. Yeah, raising it to 300. This is well within his opening range. Zach with the Ace, Queen, 9-5. All in for less. 68 and all in. P Fox is going to call it the 10-10-3-3 for 300. There's going to be a side action between BJ and P Fox. 153 likes. We went over the mark.
All right, sweet.
Appreciate y'all joining us for this stream and our miscalled hands. Thank you for spending so much time with us. My name's Victor. I'm the one that got the hand wrong.
And I'm Ben. I supported that one. Oh, that's
we in here. That's funny. So BJ flops top 2. Zach is going to need some help on the turn. P Fox just going to open fold here. Zach needs heart or a straight card to come. 4 is not going to do it. A deuce is not going to do it. So BJ is going to felt Zach. We'll see if he wants to rebuy here. If I'm reading this correctly, BJ has aces and jacks. Zach had a pair of aces with a queen. Nothing else.
Yeah, looks like Zach's probably calling it quits.
Joe's up 3,300. Debo's up 1,400. BJ still down 1,600 for the session. I wonder how that's calculated. I wonder if that's off of first buy-in or if it's...
Yeah, it must be. I think it calculates every time they add to their stack and all that stuff. It must keep an ongoing tally or something. But
Okay.
Yeah, it should be based off the total buy-ins.
Computers are smart.
They definitely know when someone has a straight or not.
So this could potentially, it definitely called the hands correctly. A novel concept. So back with a kind of a normal straddle, $20. We've got an open seat. We'll see who is going to fill that seat here shortly.
Where Donkey is on that alternate list. I know it was high up there, so
That's
should be coming in soon, if not now.
Joe with the 7-6-5-3, one suit. Gonna limp here. Alex Alvarado was the 153rd like. Let's go.
All right.
Thank you, Alex. I think I remember seeing your name last night. Thanks for coming back to the stream and spending your time with us. We've got an hour left of this stream. It's been fun so far. We've only missed one. We've only incorrectly called a hand once. I think that's a pretty good record, I would say, for a PLO game, having never commentated PLO before. With all you chat pros, it's been an absolute pleasure. P Fox is going to call the 60. Chris raised the King, Queen, Queen 7 double suited on the button. That a nice run of cards here lately. Five-handed to a flop. 400 in the pot. Jedi Master Ted. Okay, everyone can relax. I made it. Welcome. All right, so a lot going on here. P Fox flops top set, which is a nice feeling. He doesn't have any redraws. Patrick has got straight draws and flush draws galore. Chris has higher club draws and an inside straight draw and an overpair. So P Fox is going to start jamming it here, betting 325. Chris has another big hand. It would be surprising. He has all options available to him, I think. Call here. He can raise here. And he's just going to call. He's shown himself to not want to put it in too early, wanting to see how things develop. And so far it's worked out for him. So it's heads up. This is kind of a very pure PLO hand. Big draw versus big set. And he is going to outdraw P Fox's set of jacks with his own set of queens with a redraw to the straight, redraw to the flush. P Fox just knows that that queen was not a good card for him. And that's what sucks about flopping top set there with no redraw. He's going to call and he's going to ask to run it twice. Looks like he's in for about $800, $700, 805.
Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like that other jack might have been folded. So
shoot, and so he's drawing
kind
dead.
of drawing dead here. Looks like.
Unfortunately, hate to see it. Pokey Poly PLO equals bingo. Yeah, it can feel like that sometimes. How savage has it been? It's been pretty savage, Jedi Master Ted. Mostly when it comes to the chat versus the commentators, it's been pretty savage. So they're gonna run it. They're gonna run it twice. Somebody might have said that they had folded a jack, but they're gonna still continue to run it twice. And Chris is going to scoop both pots with trip queens on the top and queens full on the bottom for a $2,700 pot. Nice hand, man. $333 people watching now. Yeah, he's been stacking chips majority of the time he's been here. Been able to basically fade most of the cards that he's needed to fade and has hit the cards that he's needed to hit. That's nice. PLO, you can make a lot of money in PLO when you're running like that. And he's played well. I mean, he's hit some really large, nutted hands and has played them in a way that's gotten almost the maximum value, which is a testament to his PLO skill. I don't know anything about Chris, but it seems like he's played pretty straightforward and pretty well for the hands that he's gotten.
For sure.
It'll be interesting if they fill this open seat. I know if there's a list, they'd be eager to get on this live stream list for the remaining hour. They're going to have to wait till next week if they want to play a cash game stream. Joe with the ace-10, deuce-3. Love to see it in high-low. He's got a suited ace, but he's just going to fold it. Might be tightening up a little bit. BJ on the button, 10-9-9 deuce. I think this is probably good enough for an open for him. Raising it to 50. Kyle Markham asks, Victor, what is the best starting hand in PLO?
Definitely not a straight.
Mm-mm.
Because you only get 4 cards. I'm thinking you need 5 cards for a straight, but I'm not 100% sure. I'm still Googling it. I had to actually type it into Google. If I would have said, hey, Google on the stream, I think you guys would have been a little more awkward.
That's right. Talking into your phone.
Hey, Google, what's a straight?
Well, it depends on the context.
Look up. Oh, thanks.
Yeah, look up. Look up. It's what's on the board currently. But I think the best starting hand is ace, ace, king, king, double suited in 4-card PLO.
I wonder if it is. I feel like it's like ace king or ace ace king queen, something like that. I'm curious.
Libertad o Muerte, Texas, land of freedom. Hello from Uruguay. What up? What up?
It's amazing the reach that the stream has, man. Just seeing people from everywhere.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. Really cool.
And it's really good for the brand. It's really good for spreading the word about Texas poker because people every stream are like, wait, they're playing poker in Dallas? How is this possible?
Yeah, it's amazing. Still so many people have no idea the poker's in Dallas or in Texas in general, you know.
Yeah.
Even when I came out here, you know, my friend that got me kind of introduced to the Texas card house and stuff like that was telling me about you know, there's just a lot of what's, you know, kind of what's going on and everything, and I was just like, there's poker in Texas? And I was like, really? I was like, what? Because my friend of mine, he actually worked with me back at actually both of my last properties in Horseshoe End in South Florida, and he was always told me, he's like, man, if Texas ever got poker, I'd be down there in a heartbeat. And I was like, wait, why aren't you down there? Yeah, still so many people got to learn about us, but that's what the stream is helping doing. So
yeah, absolutely.
Obviously, it's working. We've got plenty of people watching. We got plenty of people following us on Instagram and Facebook and all the social media platforms that we're on, and just a ton of support from the community, which is great.
Yeah, that is great. Been nice to see everything grow. And, you know, with everyone, you know, COVID sucks, but with everyone sitting at home over the past year, I think there's been a lot of new viewers that were looking for some type of poker content. And, you know, other than Live at the Bike and maybe Stones before all the buffoonery that happened over there, like, this was a good addition to the live poker content scene. I think people were able to spend more time watching it and realized, oh, there's all this big time poker happening in Texas, and everybody found out, oh, the Texas poker games are out of this world. Like, people are splashing around for sure. It's not like a 500 cap 2-5. Like, it's the games here in Texas in general just play bananas.
That's for sure.
So Joe and BJ heads up again. Ace 9 6 deuce versus Jack 9 7 5. Joe's got aces and deuces. BJ has spade draw and a spade draw alone. Two big stacks though. BJ is going to bet 290. Joe, I doubt, is going to go anywhere with top and bottom pair here. Heads up. So Sharab Sharma says ace ace king king double suited or ace ace jack 10 double suited. The best PLO hands.
Yeah, that's what I think I just saw. So.
Ace king jack 10 double suited. All hands that you would love to have in any position, I think.
Yeah, that's the thing. Even if, you know,
it's just going to fold. All right.
Unlike Hold'em, I don't think it's that much of a big edge you can have pre-flop in this game, you know.
So BJ's going to take that down. Pure aggression. Nice job. Moving into a $15 bomb pot. BJ, I think these are probably more accurate stats now. 33% pre-flop raise percentage. He has been opening a pretty wide range of hands more frequently than all the other players.
Yeah, no, BJ definitely likes to use his position and his chips as one of his primary tools in his game. So, and I think that's super helpful, especially in a high variance game like this. You know, you need to be able to find other ways to win than waiting for cards, you know.
Yeah. Everybody's going to get 4 down and 1 flop before they get to do anything. And yeah, stacks are very significant now. Joe's got 6K, Chris has 4,500, BJ's got 4,600, Patrick has 3,200. You know, these stacks could get in at any time, and I mean, we could see a $10,000 pot within the next hour. 162 likes. Thank you to everyone that's been tuned into the stream. Patrick flops the nut flush. And not much else for anybody else, really. P Fox has an overpair with queens. Not even many straight draws out there. BJ's in there with E-flop to flush as well, 6-high flush. So it's too early for him to fold for one bet for $50. See a turn, 5 of clubs, changes nothing. Patrick continues to have the nuts. BJ continues to have second best here. And I doubt BJ is going to be blasting any money in there and only calling or folding. Patrick is going to bet 225. Telling the story like, look, I flopped the joint. You're going to have to pay if you're trying to draw to a full house or something. BJ contemplating. I mean, I've got that right. He's got a flush, right? 175. Check call here. The bets are still small enough to where he can continue to call, maybe in case Patrick is drawing with a dry set. Queen of hearts. Maybe to BJ, it's less likely that Patrick has hearts now that there's 4 hearts on the board, but maybe a thin or an optimistic way to look at this hand. You're going to bet 500, 570. About pot, if not pot. BJ's got a decision here. These are the decisions that kind of separate the winning players, I think. The ability to get away from this, getting a read on the hand. It's hard because everybody had uncapped ranges going into the flop, so Patrick could have any 4 cards. The BJ's got a made hand. And he doesn't want to fold a flush, but he also knows that plenty of flushes beat him.
Yeah, that extra heart on the river makes it a little tough for BJ, especially, you know, given the fact that down that turn there could have been just so many things that he was betting 2 pairs, sets, that type of stuff. So
right,
great draws that could, you know, maybe plan on trying to set himself up to be able to bluff the river or something against him. So I'd be too surprised to see if BJ called here.
Yeah, curiosity can really.
Yeah.
Because you hate getting bluffed on stream. You definitely don't want to fold a big hand to a bluff on stream, but yeah, it's tough. That's the tough part about PLO. It's like you can definitely make hands, but second best does not win in the long run.
Nope.
So good hand to Patrick there. Got a lot of value out of his nut flush. He dodged all the full house outs and scooped a pretty big pot. Yeah, it may be an easy fold in the vacuum. There may be some metagame there. No telling how many hours these guys have played together. There might be a little bit of that in play.
And it looks like, I believe Donkey has joined us on the stream again, back to back. All right.
Donkey, welcome to the PLO stream. He said he doesn't play much PLO, but he's buying in for 2K, and he's ready to get it in there.
Let's see how he does.
It looks like the table is happy to see him. I don't know much about him, but he was really good action last night, and so I imagine these guys know that he's good action as well.
Yeah, I can't speak to his game as far as any of that stuff goes, but I mean, I think his name is at least comes from somewhere. It sounds like so. But I do know he's a great guy, man. He's been playing pretty often since we've opened, and super easygoing, super nice guy.
It's awesome.
Definitely appreciate having him as one of our members. So
yeah, those are the guys you love to see come back. Are the ones that are pleasant to people, that are good whether they win or lose, and are just there to have a good time and not have a chip on their shoulder or something to prove. It's nice when everybody has a good time, win or lose, and treat each other with respect and all that kind of stuff. So it's always great to have a guy with a good attitude at the table. We'll see how he does. I mean, going from Hold'em to PLO can be a tough transition, but also that's the thing that keeps people coming back to poker, is that anybody can win at any time, in any one session.
I feel like it's harder to go from PLO to Hold'em than it is from Hold'em to PLO. I feel like, you play a lot of PLO for a while, you start seeing whatever, and then you get to Hold'em, and you're just like, whoa, where's the rest of my hand?
Yeah.
Where's the, you get that like, oh, man,
it's a different speed for sure. Like once you start looking at 4 and 5 cards, it gets hard to go back to 2 cards and be like, oh, I can play my A game here. This isn't boring at all.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely I feel like it converts up easier than it does down. So
for sure. Yeah. I mean, talking to Tommy last night, he prefers 2 card no limit hold'em because he likes the ability to make more moves, which makes sense. Like there's a little more strategic 3 and 4 betting that happens in no limit hold'em often. And here, a lot of times, it's getting it in and letting it run out. So Joe's going to take down that small pot for 123. This will be Donkey's first hand. He's got a few nice stacks of greens. Ryan Crump, wow, this has been streaming for hours. Yeah, I haven't stopped since 6 p.m. last night.
24 hours straight.
24 hours. All I've had is one coffee and one tea. No, but we've been going since 6 p.m. We'll be doing this Tuesday nights, 6 to 10 p.m., Wednesday nights, 6 to 10 p.m., and Saturday nights, 6 to 10 p.m. for the time being. Obviously, that's subject to change, but so far, the schedule has worked out.
Yeah, Saturdays will be the final table of the tournament, so the time frame may be plus or minus some of that, but for the most part, it's going to be mainly the evenings that we're trying to get these streams taken off. So
yeah, get some good entertainment value after work, after dinner. Donkey's in there for 20. Ace 6 4-4, suited ace, pair of fours. P-Vox is going to raise Queen Jack 10-5 with a suit. Debo's got aces. Ace Ace Jack 8 with one suit on the button. He's calling there. Chris is definitely in there with the Queen Jack 10-8. Donkey 75 to call. He's in there. So four-handed to a flop, 328 in the pot. Ryan Crump, some big pots, huh? Yeah, huge pots, man. Playing PLO, they're gambling. Queen 6-9. So Chris flops top pair and a straight draw, a wrap, or a double gutter. Donkey has a pair of sixes and a backdoor club draw. P-Fox has the same, or some of the same straight draws. He's got top pair with a jack, and he's got an open-ended straight draw. Aces are just going to fold out. Disciplined fold there. Because they were ahead at the time, but pretty much every card on the turn makes aces no good. And that's an exaggeration. I know not every single card. So Chris is probably going to continue, not raise. And he did raise to 1,200. Nice. So he's putting P-Fox to the test here. He's going to have to call essentially all of his chips on a draw. Donkey's sitting there considering it. He's got a pair. He's got backdoor nut clubs. He's already folded. Sorry.
Yeah,
I thought he had cards. Still.
Yeah, I think tracking things a little behind right now.
So P-Fox is considering basically a $1,000 call. Effectively all in. And it's close. Chris has more straight outs and has backdoor club outs. Be surprised to see a call here because he knows he's drawing. I mean, obviously he knows he's drawing, but he doesn't know if he's drawing good or not. Well, he knows a king or an 8 gives him the nuts. And he's going to fold. Good check raise by Chris, 583. Or he can do no wrong. $1,900 pot going his way. Joe continues to lead the charge, winning 3,200. Chris close behind at 2,700, and BJ losing 2,500 for now. But anything can happen during this game. Any of these stacks can go in at any time, assuming it's within the limits of the pot. And these guys are trying to gamble. They're trying to get it in there. 9:20. We've got 40 minutes left of this 125 Uncapped PLO game. And the action is going to continue. We've got some action players sitting down. We've got a lot of money on this table and would love to see a $10,000 pot. We've come close, but we haven't reached the $10,000 mark for this game.
Patrick snuck in there last second to pick up his hand. Nice high-low hand. I'm
Yeah.
not sure how much it is.
5-4-3 does under the gun +2. Probably a fold.
Keep up a suited ace. See what happens with this.
Debo folded the ace, queen, jack 7. Joe with king, jack 10-8. 6,000 behind in the small blind, call 20. Chris, ace, king 6-4, folds. BJ is going to complete with queen 9-8-4. And we're 5 ways to a flop, 100 in the pot. 325 watching right now, 169 likes. Thank you to everybody that's tuned into the stream. Flop queen 9-6. So BJ, it's top 2 pair. Joe has got a wrap. Turn is a 10. So Joe is going to hit his straight, king high straight. What else? Trying to catch up with all the. Just going to check around. River's a 10. Joe blocks some of the other boats that would have a 10, so he's confident putting a bet out there for $50. Trying to get value from maybe a jack 8. And I don't think he's going to get anything from anybody here. Unless I'm seeing something wrong. Donkey's in there with ace 9-7 deuce. He's going to call with 9s and 10s with an ace, right? I'm reading that correctly. Now I'm all gun shy about calling these hands.
I haven't mentioned one hand since then. He has the king of hearts in his hand for sure. That's all I know. 6.2K stack for Joe. It's not too shabby. That's
not
too
shabby at all. Buying in for I think 2,000, winning. Excuse me, winning 2 buy-ins so far. Depending on how you look at buy-ins.
I look at them as often.
Yes, as a consistent action, buying in, buying.
It's more a decision than it is an. Buy-in? Yes.
Yes.
Again? Sure.
Chips.
One more time? All right.
So we got the double straddle on to Donkey. He's having a good time. He's been involved so far. Taking a look at his hand. Didn't get a read. Must not have been that good. P-Fox, ace, queen, jack 4 with a suited ace. A few napkins folding around. Zach with the ace 10, 5-4, double suited. Going to raise it up to 80. Good position. Cut off. Patrick gonna fold the king 10 9 5, and P Fox is gonna come along with the ace queen jack 4. It's got a lot of equity pre-flop, surprisingly enough.
It's a pretty solid hand. I like those types of hands. I mean, 4 spades doesn't really do much for it, but
King jack jack flopping trip jacks with an ace. 93% equity. Zach is gonna need straight card on the turn. Well, a straight card gives him a boat.
yeah,
Gives
he's not
P-Fox
really
a
getting
boat.
there. He's gonna have to go diamond.
He needs a diamond.
Yeah.
P-Fox kind of knows where he's at in the hand. Wants to keep Zach in. So an 8 changes nothing. P-Fox has got rejacks with an ace. Another 8. P-Fox still has trip jacks with an ace. Zach doesn't improve. He's going to fold. Nice hand at P-Fox. $188. Mike Youngblood. Let's see. Potentially having a meetup game tomorrow. TCH Austin, is that what you're implying? With you and AA Ron or Bones? Tom, former Austin dealer in the box. Yeah, he's great.
Yeah. throw him in there. I knew he had that experience from Austin, so it was nice to get someone that's kind of done this a little bit and specifically for the brand. So a little consistency and familiarity out there. So.
Oh yeah, Mike Tom's been crushing it up here. You ever see the tablets are the Poker Atlas software that allows kind of the efficient seat open, seat filling, time tracking, all that kind of stuff, which has been super helpful for the efficiency of this room.
Yeah, software is definitely industry leader for sure. I really appreciate it and things that it can do. So.
And it gives the players the ability to self-serve in a lot of ways,
Sure.
which is nice. Instead of having to call and put your name on a list. So Zach's got a really nice hand. Ace, ace, queen, 5, double suited. In the hijack, going to raise it to 75. Carlos, queen, 10, 8, 7. Going to call to 73 in the big blind. Patrick's got kind of a interesting hand. 7, 6, 5 deuce, double suited. Already got money invested. He's going to 3-bet here to 400. I think he's going to get some bad news from Zach in the hijack. Zach's been waiting for this hand for basically the entire session. I would be willing to bet that he's going to put some pressure on here because Zach's the kind of guy I think that is going to pick his spots really well and put pressure on. Yep, here he goes. He's going all in. I think he can go all in, or at least pot it.
Yeah, it's like just under a stack, but 1.4.
Patrick's in there. He's gambling, and he knows where Zach's at, and so he's got the hand that could potentially put the hurt on an aces type hand. But woo, we're playing a $3,200 pot. Ace, ace, queen, 5 versus 7, 6, 5 deuce double suited. It's a coin flip pre-flop, y'all. This is why PLO's insane. Jack, jack, 8 on the flop. 2 diamonds though. I think Patrick might, if we look back at the hands, I think Patrick might have had diamonds.
He did.
And he did.
Oof.
That one's got to hurt for Zach.
Yeah, it's not.
It's crazy how that's a coin flip pre-flop.
Yeah, when you never think it is, but that's the exact thing about PLO. It's it's just so many cards that come that change the outcomes of what you have. So those 4 cards really make a difference.
Zach doesn't love that feeling.
Definitely hurt, I'm sure.
Yikes.
But
and they ran it once.
Yeah.
But this is what bankroll management comes into play. You need to be able to put your money in like that and feel okay. All right, I got my money in about, I don't know now.
Yeah,
you got your money in as a coin flip, but you generally want to put your money in when you got aces, I think, even in PLO.
Yeah, I think that
Double-suited
Zach's
aces.
totally fine with his decision, and sure, I'm not. I don't. If I had the hand, I would think I'm ahead much more than that, but apparently I'd be wrong.
Yeah.
So. But they definitely didn't make the wrong decision. That's for sure. He was ahead.
Mike, thanks for the kind words. Keep up the great work. Best broadcast sample that got submitted to us, and I really appreciate that. I've got him fooled.
Yeah, I think I listened to one of your samples, and I was very impressed.
Thank you. What you didn't see is it took 12 hours for me to produce that 10-minute sample.
Well, I don't know how many cuts there were.
Yeah, exactly.
How many hard drives you go through? 30?
Yeah. No, but that was fun.
Finally got to the 45th one. He's like, all right, so that's a straight. I get it now.
Yeah,
okay, cool.
Ace, king, queen, jack, 10.
Oh, man, let's see. What's the over-under before we ever live this down? Probably 10, 20 years?
Yeah. Well, you get what you pay for, TCH Live. We're giving you this free poker commentary. If you want perfect expert analysis, maybe go find Nick Schulman and pay for PokerGo. But doing the best we can for the best possible price. Free 99, that is.
See, now you and I would be on ESPN
not top 10.
Commentating final table WSP main event.
Heck yeah. A lot can happen in a year.
Never know, man. Never know. Like these are the
of all the people in all the country, we've landed on these 2 jokers from Dallas to commentate the most important poker tournament in the world. Like, been there, spent a couple days once in my 20s editing content to submit for minor league baseball. Yeah, Mike, if y'all don't know, is an actual sports broadcaster. He's not just a poker commentator. He commentates all kinds of sports around the state of Texas, which is really impressive.
Yeah, it was something I didn't know about him. I was down there for a little while when I first got to Texas, and when I found out we were doing the live stream, they told me that he did commentate. I was like, wow, I didn't know that. And I was very impressed. So got lucky to have some other talents on our team other than the poker stuff. So.
Yeah. It's kind of a niche skill set. It's kind of hard. How do you find people that have experience commentating on poker when there's like 3 opportunities to do it between the WSOP, the WPT, and maybe some of the bigger card rooms? But, you know, there's a lot harder things to do than commentating on a game that you've been playing for 17 years, 16, 17 years. That's your card, Donkey. Yep. All right. 1, 2, 10, 20. 30 minutes left in this 125 PLO game. We've been at this for 3.5 hours already. It's been super fun. Thank you to everyone that stuck with us. 336 of you watching. There were 750 of you last night watching. The stream is only going to continue to grow as people learn that there's poker going on in Texas. And some pretty high stakes action as well. Zach's back in it, raising it to 75. We don't know his cards yet. Joe's in there, 75, with pocket kings, 1 suit. BJ with a nice rundown, queen jack 10-9. It's going to 3-bet in the cutoff, as expected. We'll see. Patrick is going to call with ace 10-9-8, 1 suited ace. Donkey's in there with king jack 10-5. And once these guys come in calling, it starts to attract a few other callers.
It's going to be a big pot, it looks like.
1,100 in the pot free flop. There are 6 people involved. Debo folds. Queen, 7-8, double suited. I wouldn't have faulted him for calling there for 72-1 pot odds. And Zach is going to repop it here. 7-7-6-3 double suited. All in for 1,000. Putting the pressure on Joe. He's got basically a naked pair of kings. He's got, the king deuce suited there. It's only a 1/6 of his stack to call, but he's also got people behind him that have much larger stacks, and so he fears a 5-bet from guys like BJ or Patrick, who have already shown that they have the ability to put the money in. And so I wouldn't be surprised if Joe folds here. Kings is a good hand, but as you can see, he's only got 4% equity. He's probably got a feel for the hand, knowing that's like, I'm probably not that far ahead if I'm ahead at all.
Yeah, there's a lot of cards in this one, so kings are not as strong against 4 or 5 players. So probably let it go, but we'll see.
I mean, it'd be great for our enjoyment if everybody got it in here. I mean, this could be the $10,000 pot we've been wanting to see. There's 2,000 in the pot already. BJ knows he's got a very nice draw in hand. It looks like he's gonna call for 1,000. Patrick doesn't want to splash. Donkey's in there. He came to gamble. So we've got a $3,500 pot, and we haven't seen a flop yet in a very flop-focused game.
Zach's taking the opposite approach this time. Instead of the aces, he went down to the
he's like, well, if it can work for Patrick, it can work for me.
Can't beat him, join him, right?
It's like he just went and looked up on his phone. He's like, how close are equities in PLO? Oh, 7-7-6-3 is a coin flip against 2 players with overcards.
Yeah. Listen, and applied it very quickly.
Ace, deuce, 6, all diamonds. So Donkey is going to flop the jack high flush. 95% equity. Zach's all in. He is going to need running full house cards. BJ, Donkey's going to go all in for 768. BJ has nothing.
Not much.
By no fault of his own. It's a monotone flop, and he has no diamonds, and he's got to bemoan his bad fortune there. And Zach is going to see the VV bad news. He needs to see now he needs a 7 or a 6.
Not get there.
Does not get there. $3,500 pot going to Donkey. Not a PLO player, yet he's scooping a big one. Yeah, so a 6 or a 7 on the river would have won it. Zach even had a 6, so he could have caught
That gave him
a
a lot
3
of
as
chances,
well.
yeah.
A 6, a 7, a 3.
It was the perfect card he needed on that turn, but unfortunately didn't get him there on the river.
Yeah, wow. We're opening it up now. It's interesting how one person can sit down and completely change the dynamic of a game.
For sure.
And I think you feel that with Donkey sitting down showing, I mean, within a hand of Donkey sitting down, Patrick was all in for $3,000 with 7 high. And this hand, Donkey's scooping a $3,500 pot with King Jack 10-5. So it's very entertaining for us to watch.
Yeah,
It's a good problem to have to move all your chips out of the way to even look at your cards. Not a problem I've ever really experienced, but I hope to one day. Here come all the Donkey puns. Give him the donkey kick.
I wish I had some video editing skills. Some cool animation going on some of these spots.
Yeah. Patrick, Queen 6-5 on the button, raising it to 60. Donkey, Ace King 7 with a suit. You know he's in there. I mean, that's a legit hand. Pete Fox going to fold. Debo going to fold. Back to Chris, Queen Jack 4 with a suit. 5,000 behind. 45 to call. I imagine he's going to be in there. $9:36 on this Wednesday night. We've got 24 minutes remaining in the stream. May have some bonus time like we did last night. We'll see. The usual suspect, I heart Texas poker. Don't we all? Thanks for tuning into the stream. Nick from Yuma still in the house. Man, you got some longevity with these streams, man. Thanks for spending all this time. And Donkey just scooped another one. I was looking at the chat. Kill pot for Donkey. 2 pots in a row. Looks like they're not going to play a $15 bomb pot unless they bump it up. New player in seat 1. I didn't see who it was.
He's got the green on, though.
Got the Masters green.
Got the green chips, the green jacket.
That's right. St. Patty's Day. Let us know what you're doing for St. Patty's Day other than watching the stream. You having a few, a little bit of old granddaddy's cough medicine? You having some brews? What are y'all getting into tonight other than the stream?
That fun old green beer.
Yeah, or are you drinking water because you got to work in the morning?
That's St. Patty's Day on Wednesday, not the wildest.
Right.
I heard everybody was pretty much out Saturday doing St. Patty's stuff. So.
Oh yeah, I mean, I remember pre-COVID, Dallas had just an insane St. Patty's Day situation on Lower Greenville. I don't know if they're doing anything this year, although it's a little different landscape now versus this time last year.
Last year was a lot different. It's amazing how a year flies by like that, though.
Yeah. A full year as of like this week.
Yeah, literally almost. Wow.
All right, so bomb pot going to the flop here. Everybody's in. King Jack 7. So P Fox flopping Jackson 7s with a double gutter. Red has a pair of kings. Joe 6s, Chris kings and jacks. BJ with some straight cards. Carlos, so it's all going to check around. This turn will be pretty eventful. So
Turned around for BJ there.
BJ hit Broadway with 10 high diamond redraw. And he's got Carlos has diamonds as well. So Carlos might be in there with a pair and a flush draw. Not a great flush draw. So P Fox bet 75 with a king high straight. BJ is going to be raising to 400. Matt Callahan, I'm having a few playing online poker. Wow, must be nice. Are you international, or are you playing on some of the U.S. facing sites, if that's even a thing? So BJ's got Broadway. He's got the nuts right now and the redraw to good diamonds. And he's going to take it down there. Red is in seat 1 with the Dallas Stars jacket. 9:39. We got some big stacks now. Still praying for that $10,000 pot. It could happen. Patrick has already shown his ability to get, or his willingness to get in a bunch of money with some drawing hands. And so all we need is one other person. Donkey may be the person to do it. BJ may be the person to do it. Let's get a $10,000 pot, boys. Players know the stream is coming close to an end, so I imagine they want to get some good hands in on video before they get back into the regular streets. Poker Bros, 1224 only PLO. Good on you, man. Pretty high stakes for Poker Bros.
Yeah.
Joe with the ace queen jack deuce 1 suit, 6,100 in his stack, under the gun +1. Calling $2. We're playing a regular one, or maybe I'm wrong. It says $2.
Like there.
But we're playing 125, so maybe we'll
Sure
let it get straightened out.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there.
Donkey's in there, ace king deuce 4. Fox queen jack 9-7, nice little drawing hand, calling 19. Evo's in there for 18. Everybody's in, 6-handed, going to a flop, 120 in the pot. Everybody's got an ace, it seems like. Guess there's one ace left. Deuce, jack, 3. Who's got spades? Carlos has nut spades. The ace, 3 of spades. He's got a pair of nut spades. He's also got a wheel draw. P Fox has 1 pair. Debo has an inside straight draw, backdoor straight draw. Joe's in there with jacks and deuces and backdoor nut hearts. Carlos, like to see a raise here. He's going to call 75. Maybe it's not worthy of a raise. 3-handed, going to a turn. Let's see what happens. 4 gets there. So Carlos has 3s and 4s with nut spades. P Fox just has a lone pair of jacks. Joe has jacks and 2s still. And now he's got a wheel draw as well. Carlos going to bet out 220, it looks like, from the hijack. Usual suspect in College Station tonight. Had a few pints, good times. College Station is fun. Carlos is going to take it down 250. Shipping the cheddar with the nut spade draw and the wheel draw. VPIP, BJ 63%, Joe 60% VPIP, Donkey 60% VPIP. That's pretty high.
Yeah, they're playing a decent amount of hands.
But it's easy. I mean, it's easy to have a higher VPIP because it's so easy to limp so many different hands, and everybody's in there trying to get in for cheap.
Yeah, everyone wants to try to flop it first and make something out of it from that point. But
yeah. One, 2, 10, 20. Is BJ blind calling? Is that what's happening here potentially?
looks like it might just be blind calling.
Carlos with the ace queen 8-8 with a suit. Coming for. Maybe BJ did make it 40.
Yeah, I don't think it was. Maybe there's some chips hidden beneath there.
P Fox with the 8-7-7 deuce with a suit. Gonna be in there. Debo folds the ace queen, ace king 8-4. Red's in there with the queen jack 7-6. Joe with a pretty good hand. Ace jack 10-9 under the gun. Chris 10-9 deuce 3 suited clubs. What does BJ have? King 6-5-4. Six-handed. Going to a flop. 241 in the pot. Anybody's game. Look at those equities. Nobody's a winner right now. 10-9-6. 2 diamonds. Carlos is nut diamonds. And he's got the 8 blockers. P Fox flops a straight. He's got 1 diamond blocker. He's got 2 sevens in his hand, so he's blocking a lot of other straights out there. Red has a pair and a straight draw. Carlos has a nut, diamond draw, and a straight draw to the queen.
Pretty far ahead there, too. I'm kind of surprised. He has that many cards in hand. You would think he wouldn't have so much equity.
Yeah, Carlos bets 90. P Fox raises to 515. He's trying to put it in now, saying if you're drawing, I've got the nuts right now, and you're gonna have to pay. These are the spots that always get me in trouble. When you flop the nut straight and you don't have any real redraws, it's tough. It's like, well, I've got the nuts right now. I should put as much money in as possible, but so many cards in the turn really don't make you feel great about your hand. Chris has 10s and 9s, as does Joe.
Wouldn't be surprised to see this pot kind of build up pretty quickly here.
And red is going to jam it in there with open-ended straight draw pair.
Got a decent amount of stuff going on.
Backdoor spades.
See why you'd want to
Here we
gamble
go.
a little bit on this hand. So it looks like there's going to be some action now. Now that we've got a couple people to put some money in there.
Yeah, now Joe's getting a pretty good price, but they're all going to get out of there. Top 2 pair, they know they're no good. BJ's out of there. Carlos is looking at a $1,400 bet with straight draw and nut diamond draw. And he's like, well, what does everybody else have? Everybody else must just have 7-8. And if so, I'm in pretty good position against 7-8. I also have 2 8s in my hand. And so the odds of them having 7-8 are even lower. But people are acting like they've got 7-8.
Yeah, I wonder if he thinks he's up against some sort of 7-8 and then maybe some sort of combo draw that includes diamonds, which might convince him to fold, honestly.
Or like a set.
Yeah.
Like 10-10, 7-8 or something. So he's going to jam it in there. P Fox is going to jam it in there. We've got a $4,100 pot right now.
Big hand.
So 3-handed, going to a turn. We'll see if they run it multiple times. Can they run it multiple times if they're 3-handed?
As long as we're all in, yeah, they definitely can. Not sure if they're going to, but
P Fox is like, well, I've got an actual hand, y'all. What do y'all have? And Carlos is like, well, I've got the biggest draw possible. And then red has, he's still got some outs. He needs to catch pure on the turn. He needs to catch like a king of hearts here. Right? King of hearts is good for him. As is the last 8 in the deck.
yeah, we need some spade runouts or something to see. Here's
Yeah,
his
or a
turn
spade.
card is
King of spades would be really good for him. 4
Diamond's gonna
diamonds,
lock it up.
diamond got there. And nobody had a set previously. Okay, they're running it multiple times. So Carlos wins the first one. Ace of clubs on the turn. I'm not sure who that's good for. Jack. So king, queen. Sorry. Queen 8 got there. So Carlos won 2 of 3. They ran it twice. So Carlos
I think he
scoops.
stopped at twice.
Nice hand. Wow,
Not bad.
$4,100. Belting 2 players.
This hand got there.
Yeah, nice. You love to see it when you've got the best hand.
Yeah, I don't mind running it twice in that scenario when you're drawing, even though he's drawn to so many cards, I don't know that he knows that for sure, but at least, in that aspect that you've got, if you get one of those pots, you're at least getting some sort of profit, so it keeps, some of that alive, so.
Yeah, nice hand, man. So it looks like red's rebuying. It looks like P Fox is rebuying with all those 20s. That's so unfortunate. It's just so many bills when you're playing this level.
Yeah, a lot of players, they always tell me on the way in, they swing by the ATM, they just Bank of America, Wells Fargo, whatever they are, and they're always loaded with 20s, and they always come in with, 500,000 bucks in 20s. It's just amazing. Oh, it's busting out the 10s now. Now we're getting serious.
Busting at the tens, like, all
There
right,
you go.
one of those nights.
Gonna get it back one way or the other every dime.
Everybody's making change, hooking each other up. 356 people in the stream. TCH live Dallas. One more time, if you weren't here earlier, we are having a multi-club, multi-day, $500,000 guaranteed tournament April 8th through the 11th. So all the day ones will take place at all the different TCH locations across Austin, Dallas, Houston, Rio Grande Valley. $800 buy-in, unlimited re-entries. And we're going to play down to a day two, where the day two will be played here at TCH Dallas with the final table live streamed. It's a $500K guarantee, $800 buy-in, unlimited re-entries. It's going to be massive. We crushed the guarantee for our 100K, and it's only going to go up for the 500K. So if you're into tournaments or you want to take a shot at turning $800 into a massive score, come through April 8th through the 11th. Super convenient for everybody. It's wherever your closest TCH location is. You can take a shot without having to make all those travel arrangements at first. And then when you run super well, play super well, and make day two, then you can come on up to Dallas and play for your share of that $500,000 guaranteed prize pool.
And definitely be on the lookout too. There's gonna be a lot of satellites and different things that each club's gonna be doing. So check with your local club, and they're gonna have some sit and go satellites scheduled. I know I saw some
Nice.
Valley started a few of those already. We'll have some mega satellites up here soon. I know Thursdays are gonna be that night that we start them off, and then that week of the event we're gonna do a bunch of satellites. So if you're 800's a little steep for your buy-in for bankroll or any of that stuff, we'll have cheaper ways for you to get in there. So just definitely stay tuned, check the website out, social media, all that stuff.
And that would be an awesome story to turn, a small satellite win into a six-figure score potentially. That would be sweet.
That would be something.
So Patrick here flops a wrap, and is it a wrap? Kind of. Donkey here has just a pair of threes. Red's got pocket kings and an inside straight draw. BJ has threes and sixes. Or he's got three pair. Nines, threes, and sixes. Backdoor heart draw. Three pairs always gets me in trouble. It's like, well, any card that pairs, I get a full house.
That's
and then it never comes. And you end up paying and end up with just two pair on the river. So BJ, facing a $150 bet, is going to repop it to $550. With three pair, Patrick has some really good straight outs. Thinks he's got backdoor hearts, and he's just going to put it in there. 2,500, 2,600. We put BJ all in. BJ.
No,
oh, my bad. He bet pot, and he just put it out.
Yeah, he put a little more out than the pot was.
Right. So he 3-bet to 2,000. BJ looks like he's going all in. Patrick will obviously call here for just a little bit more. And we've got a pretty big pot brewing here. Right, Racer Nerd. Remember, if you're doubting, you're watching, you're liking, be sure to hit that like button if you haven't. There's 180 of you that have already done so. There's 356 people. Let's run that up to at least 200 in our last 8 minutes of the stream. Do it now.
I really like that. If you're watching, you're liking. That's so true.
Yeah.
You're watching for like 10 seconds.
You're saying so with your presence, so do us the favor of, burning the calories to click that like button one time for us. So we've got a $5,800 pot between BJ and Patrick right now. I know BJ would love to win this and maybe get out of the hole a little bit. And BJ is 65% favorite. He probably likes to see that, even though Patrick has plenty of outs on the turn. All right, so that's a pure out for BJ. I think in the jack. I can't see the hands now. Aces and nines for BJ.
Yeah.
Wow. So two pair, the scooper for BJ. Nice hand, man. Had to fade a lot of outs, but he made it count and is taking home almost a $6,000 pot with all those purple chips. All those purple and green chips. Sorry about that. We are coming up on the tail end of the stream. Again, if you're watching, you're liking, jam that like button. It's 187 likes right now. We've got 6 minutes left in this stream. The money is still flying, and the money is going to continue to fly even when the stream ends, because Texas Card House is going nowhere and not closing tonight. Well, at least technically at 6 a.m. But the action is going to go well into the night, even after the stream ends. So if you're in the area, come on down or catch a flight and come get in on some of this. TCH Dallas. My name's Ben Kirby. That was Victor, the GM of TCH Dallas. He stepped out for a second. We appreciate you spending all this time and watching this fun PLO game. 125 Uncapped. And if you want in on one of these streams, be sure to email, I think it's dallas@texascardhouse.com. All the managers monitor that email address, and you can get on the list for one of these live stream games. Get your game on the big screen and use it to evaluate or brag to your friends or whatever. Yeah, Chris M, 1, 2, 10, 20. Love it. Yeah, the straddles have been pretty consistent for this game. They were even more insane last night. Racer Nerd, thanks for the stream. Hey, thanks for being here, man. $337 of you watching. Currently 191 likes. 9 away from 200. We've got 5 minutes left in the stream. We've got some massive stacks brewing. BJ's got 6K behind. Donkey's got 4,300 behind. Carlos has 4,500 behind. We could still hit this $10,000 pot. So BJ raising it to 75 with ace, queen, 10, deuce. Donkey with ace, 7, 3, 3 double suited. Pretty much a coin flip here. 7, 5, 4. 2 diamonds. So Donkey flops almost the world. He's got a pair. He's got a straight draw. He's got nut diamond draw. He's probably going to raise BJ here. BJ's got a wheel draw, backdoor club draw. Okay, goes bet call. No, he raised. He raised the pot. My bad. I can't hear him when they say pot, so it's somewhat of a delayed reaction. So he's going to pot it against BJ. And he's probably going to fold here. $550 pot. Big Wong driving down 35. Come through.
We'll be here all night.
We'll be here. Vic's got to be here.
I'm always here. There's a cot for me in my office.
And if you come through, come say hi. I'll be the one guy wearing the Arkansas Razorback hat. I don't know if there's any other Razorback fans. I know Bo, one of the dealers here, is a Razorback fan, but not many other in the room. So if you see a guy wearing a hog hat, come say what up. What's happening? We'd love to meet all you guys and girls. 1, 2, 10, 20, 40, it looks like. They're committed to getting another big pot going. 9:57, 3 minutes left in the stream. 199 likes. Who is going to be the 200th like? As we continue. Debo with ace, king, 7, 3. Gonna open fold that. Joe on the button. Queen, jack, 7, 4, double suited. A $40 straddle. He's gonna fold the button there. Chris, ace, queen, jack, 10 with a real hand. 1 suit in the small blind. Gonna bump it. Looks like 150. BJ folds the jack 10, 9, 8. Carlos is going to fold the king 6, 6, 5. Donkey's in there. He's already got 40 invested. 110 more. We don't know what he has yet. Waiting on a read. Going to call the 150. Going to get us a read for us right here. And here they come. Queen 10, 10, 3. So most of the 10s are out of play. Ace, deuce, 7. Chris, top pair with a queen. Gonna lead. Not a very coordinated board. So top pair, Feels a little better this go round. Donkey with not much other than a middling pair. Considering it. Probably not super impressed with his hand. And he's going to show everybody. Easy fold there, I think. Riz is going to scoop another pot. Cumulative winnings. Joe winning 3,100. He's kind of slowed down the past hour or so. Chris and Carlos pretty close with about 2,500 and 2,700 between them. 205 likes. Wow. Thank you.
That is a huge number.
We jumped over the 200 mark without even me paying attention, so thank you to everybody that smashed that like button.
You know, it's weird. You know, I'm not much of the social media follower or anything of that stuff. You know, so I see these likes and stuff like that. But, you know, being on this side of it makes you appreciate them a lot more. You're like, man, all right, cool.
It's nice to get a little validation every once in a while.
It's cool.
It's like 200 real people click that button,
Yeah.
other than our fake accounts that are running up the numbers for us.
So that's some sort of simulator you got on over there. Everybody's saying, like, what is he seeing 200? I see 6.
Right, right. He's just making these numbers up to pad the stats.
I got Photoshop open while you're doing this.
Yeah. 208 likes.
Go, keep them going.
Keep them going. Thank you so much for the engagement. Thank you for the great discussion in the chat. Thanks to these players for putting their reputations on the line, exposing their cards to the world. Hopefully they get to look back on it and learn something, maybe improve their game, learn something about their opponents.
I know a lot of these guys are super excited to get on the stream, so hopefully it's kind of made their day. You know, they'll be able to get to go home and say, like, all right, cool, this is what I did, this is how I did it.
Yeah, I imagine they'll enjoy rewatching some of the hands and figuring out whether or not they made correct plays or not. So we've got a big-ish one brewing here. Everybody called 20, and now the raises start to come. Donkey raising it to 110 with the Jack 7-5 deuce double suited. P Fox calls 90 with Queen 6-4 deuce double suited. Red looks like he's coming along with Ace 9 8-4 with a suit. BJ is probably going to be priced in with his nut diamonds and 10 high spades. Carlos is going to be in. Yeah, so we've got 570 in this pot. 6 people going to a flop. We haven't seen any cards yet. I mean, we haven't seen a flop yet. So going to this flop, 5 ways? 6 ways. 5 ways.
Yep.
My bad. Queen, 5, 6. So P Fox has queens and 6s. Donkey with a pair of 5s and backdoor clubs. If I'm reading this correctly. He's going to bet 570. P Fox is going to go all in with queens and 6s, backdoor clubs, inside straight draw, backdoor hearts. He's got a lot going for him. Red's going to fold. BJ is probably going to fold as well. He doesn't have much going for his hand as well. Carlos thinking about it, but not much as well. Just going to go ahead and fold. And so now Donkey. Oh, Donkey already put them all in. So they're all in. Heads up. P Fox has got a ton of equity against Donkey. Donkey needs to catch like a 5 or an 8 to give him a better straight draw. I wonder if they're going to run it multiple times. So that's a 9 of clubs. 5-7 got there. So that's Donkey. 10 of hearts. P Fox turned the flush draw. River is a king. So it looks like it might be chopped. Chop, chop.
Yep.
Queens and 6s on the bottom. A straight up top. Kind of him to call out his hand for him. The PLO community for you. Helping each other read their hands. There's a lot going on here, especially going into that turn card. Now Tom is tasked with splitting that pot in an efficient fashion. So it's 10:03. We're on that bonus time. I'm still Ben Kirby. With you as always. Thank you for sticking with us. 323 of you continue to watch. Thank you for tuning in to TCH Live. It's Wednesday night. Tomorrow night will be TCH Austin's stream. I'm not sure what they're playing. TCH Austin, 2.5 or 5.10 maybe. But they always have a great stream as well. So tune in that same channel, TCH Live. If you haven't subscribed for some reason, please smash the subscribe button as well. There's 15,100 of you that are subscribed. So do it if you haven't. You'll be notified every time TCH Live goes live. And there's pretty much content Sunday night, Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday night, and Saturday night. So pretty much every night except Friday night.
Yeah, Friday night's that night you can take all what you learned through the week and go apply it.
Right. Yeah.
Come to any one of the clubs.
Exactly.
We'll even show you what a straight is and everything over here.
Yeah. Yeah, come get some free coaching from Ben and Victor. It's worth what you pay for it.
We'll pay you.
It's
reverse coaching.
Please come coach us.
Yeah, it's reverse coaching.
CC, what is the average buy-in? I mean, it all depends on the stake. For this, the average buy-in looked like it was about $1,000, maybe $1,500. We're playing 125 uncapped here. For 1-2, the max buy-in is $300 for 1-2 no limit. For 1-3 dealer's choice, it's a max of $600, and then for pretty much all the other 2-5 and above games, it's $1,000 or match the stack. So initially, it starts out the max is $1,000, and once players start building a bigger stack, then you can buy up to the amount of the biggest stack. So it gets pretty big pretty quick. So we're three-handed here, 128 in the pot. BJ raised to 75 with a nice hand. Ace, Jack, Jack 10, double suited. P Fox is in there with Ace 7, 6 deuce, double suited, and Red is in there with Ace, King, Queen 3 with nut hearts. King 10, 5 on the flop. Two spades, so P Fox has a spade draw and just a spade draw. Red has now a pair of kings and a Broadway draw. BJ has a pair of jacks and a straight draw as well. Excuse me. Let's see what happens here. Red's going to bet out 150. A good card for his hand. BJ's going to call here. Heads up to a pretty important river. 9 of clubs on the river. The red with kings and nines and an ace is going to continue betting. And BJ might actually look him up here because none of the flush draws got there. Only one straight draw got there. And BJ is sitting there with jacks and nines. Right?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if BJ puts a call here.
It's a small bet, 175 into 713.
Yeah, not that the stream's gonna go much longer, but in these these spots, it's not bad to call, just get some information too, just to see kind of where your opponent's at and stuff. But if that plays a factor, I guess BJ lets it go. So right play.
Yeah, good fold. Red was good to get value there with one pair, technically two pair. BJ continuing to lead the charge with VPIP, 64%, playing a $15 bomb pot. Just got a text from my dad that he watched the stream. They aren't really poker fans, but it's fun to text them and say, hey, I'm doing this random poker commentating thing that you never thought you'd see me do. But I'm out here doing it. So glad to have them tune into the stream as well. Hopefully we'll make them poker fans one of these days.
There you go. Get them on TCH Live.
Yeah, hell would have frozen over. So we're going to this $15 bomb pot. Pretty much deal all the cards out of the deck. Headed straight to a flop. 10-4 deuce, 2 hearts. So let's take a look here. Debo has got an overpair and queen high hearts. BJ's got the lone ace of hearts. and an inside straight draw. Joe has got a set of deuces. He's going to bet 100. Going to get most people to fold out. Joe hasn't spoken up much in the past hour or so, so I imagine people are noticing that. Donkey's going to call for 100. He's got a pair of tens and a wheel draw. Going into a turn card, so ace of spades. So now Donkey has aces and tens. He continues to have the wheel draw, and 7 of diamonds on the river. So Joe Rivers on an even higher set. Donkey's gonna bet. Looks like he's betting the pot. What's he really repping here, other than a wheel? I guess he's gonna lead out into Joe with Joe betting, and Joe at least is going to call here. I don't see him ever folding here because none of the flush draws got there. Only one straight draw got there. You know, does Joe turn a set of aces? Or not Joe, does Donkey turn a set of aces? Like, I guess that's the story he's trying to tell.
Yeah, let's say no.
So he's going to call it.
I like the chance he's folding there.
Blocker bet, yeah. Contemplating what Donkey has, and Joe's going to show a set of sevens with a backup set of deuces. $1,000 pot head to Joe. 213 likes. We've exceeded all expectations for what we thought was possible for TCH Dallas. We've only been doing this is our third night ever to do the stream. And between last night and tonight, we've had over 1,000 viewers. We've had hundreds and hundreds of likes. Thank you to everyone that has enjoyed the stream, has engaged with us, and spent your St. Patrick's Day evening with us. Enjoy those brews for me. I wonder if it's a mandatory straddle. I mean, they've been straddling every single hand.
Yeah, it seems like there's pretty often where there's a straddle and restraddle. So I know
it's good for the raise sizes. I mean, it allows people to maybe protect a hand a little bit if they wanted to.
Yeah, I like it because you're not doing it against like an actual raise. You're doing it against, blind hands. So it's pretty much your opening for a lot more.
Yeah.
Very similar anyways.
For TCH Dallas specifically, make sure you get your hours in this week so you can get entered into that satellite or free roll tournament. Satellite to the ultimate free roll this weekend. $20,000 prize pool free roll. All you have to do is
put the hours in.
Put the hours in.
That's it. If you play some more. If you play some more than that. Now all you need is 50 hours in any given week from Saturday to Sunday, or 100 hours from, I believe it was 1st to the 27th, whatever that Saturday is leading into that final Sunday. As long as you get the 100 hours in between there, you're automatically qualified for the ultimate free roll. If not, if you can only play a few hours a week, get those 10 hours in, come play the satellite this weekend, and you can satellite yourself into that ultimate free roll.
What's the structure going to be? Like 20-minute levels?
I believe so. I'd have to look at it again. I've been putting so many structures together in my mind.
Sure.
They're blending.
Just curious, yeah.
But yeah, all of it's posted on the website. Just go check us out on texascardhouse.com/Dallas. The flyer should be on there. You click on the ultimate free roll link. It should take you straight to it. Check out the calendar. It's always got our tournaments and everything on there. And
a lot of good weekly tournaments happening every week.
Yeah, we get really solid tournaments and really good turnouts. Usually 100+ fields,
Yeah. So. BJ here with a set of tens with a pretty good kicker and a Broadway draw. Patrick also has a set of tens, but worse kickers. He's got a diamond draw to go along with it. So he's going to re-raise to 200 off of Joe's $60 bet. And Joe's got...
Yeah, I'll let you take lead on this one.
So Patrick's in there for 200. He can't do much but call. He'd like to see a river if possible. Donkey's in there with Broadway draw. He's going to call for 200 in honor of St. Patrick's Day with those greens. The napkins are going to fold. Back to Joe, who probably has to fold here. So three-handed to a river, 820 in the pot. $11,000 between the three of these players. So BJ is going to continue to have the best hand. Trip tens with a queen. He's probably going to get one more. Well, yeah, he's probably going to get one more bet out there. All the flush draws missed. All the straight draws missed. Okay, well, shows what I know again. So he's going to check back and not get blown off of his set. Oh, Patrick was behind him. My bad. So he checked to Patrick, and I guess he just wanted to check call. So Queen 10 is going to take this one down for $820. Nice in. So we're continuing on. Playing 1, 2, 10, 20, 40, 80. Uncapped PLO. Tell these guys are having a good time. The fun change of pace. I imagine they've been putting the hours in, playing regular and unstreamed poker, and this is their first time, a lot of these guys' first time to play on a stream. So I think it'll be cool for them to look back and hear our silky voices talk about their expert PLO play. I know I sure would.
Yeah, it's good. It's such a cool experience. So it's just like interesting to be playing and just kind of wondering what was that? What was this gonna happen? Should I have done that? And then you go back and you go, oh, nope.
Yeah,
should have done any of that stuff.
Yeah, and it's so cool how far the technology's coming. So for the longest time, they were just using cameras and some dude in a closet monitoring the cards, and so now all the RFID technology and the systems that coordinate with it, along with the cameras, is so impressive. So it's cool to make this accessible for people that aren't playing the massive stakes or playing the high stakes tournaments.
Yeah, it's kind of mind blowing. Think about 30 years ago, 40 years ago, poker was just something in the back of some sort of building. It was a private game that he had cigars and all that fun stuff, and now it's literally on every single social media platform you can think of. So.
Yeah, it's very mainstream, and people get that it's more of a skill game now, and that the long term is what matters. And there's some things that I miss from the kind of early 2000s days where it was kind of more dramatized and is like made it more narrative in a way. But all in all, the game has really improved and the production has really improved. And people understand the game a lot better and at least are more accepting of it now than maybe they were 15 years ago.
For sure. Yeah, it's definitely come a long way.
I mean, it's just a testament. Like the city of Dallas was very against poker playing for a long time, and now there's a operating in daylight entity providing poker at all hours of the day. It's pretty awesome. Because people know that it's just like it's a skill game, and there is a gamble to it, but there's so much more to it than comparing it to like blackjack or slots or anything.
Yeah, and that's the thing. There's a gamble to anything. Even with bowling, I could be one of the best bowlers, but there's a gamble. There's an entry fee into the tournament. There's all that stuff. You're betting on yourself in those scenarios,
Yeah.
And that's kind of what's going on here. You're betting on your ability to determine, behaviors of your opponents and then decisions that they're going to make, and making sure that you've studied the math and all that fun stuff. So
Yeah, there's so much more information out there now that you can really work on your game even without playing.
Yeah.
Which makes the games harder, but there's still plenty of spots that you can leverage if you even just do a little bit of studying or just a little bit of observation, that you can find some spots to exploit and make some money in the long run. P. Fox is really getting after that card reader there.
He's trying to get a reread.
Yeah.
He wasn't happy with his cards. He wanted to see if they
It's turned into more of a superstitious type thing, like the slot players just rubbing it.
Make those cards turn into something else.
Yeah. It's funny when I don't know if he's losing or not, but once you losing significantly, it's funny the things that you'll try to do to try to turn something around.
Yeah, I remember
when it feels like the world's against you.
It's really funny. I had a guy that used to play at one of my last places I worked at, and his thing was literally turning around. He would get up, spin around his chair, come back and sit down, and then make his decision. And I've seen it happen too many times where he did it and started going on a heater, and it cracked me up.
That's so dumb.
It would crack me up. I don't know if it's mental, it changes his mentality
Yeah.
about it or something, but man, it was
Like, are you
just.
serious right now, bro?
I'd be like, "What are you doing? You're bending your hand?" He's like, "No, just
Just
does a little lap around his chair, take a seat, and he goes, all right. Well, how much is the bet?"
So heads up, 4-4 deuce deuce versus king queen 5-5. BJ flops an inside straight draw. Patrick flops 2 overs, and he's got a pair of 5s. Backdoor spades. Check bet by Patrick. BJ might peel one off here, maybe not. 300 into 973. Patrick's got 2 of his outs. And Patrick's going to take that one down. So we probably only have a couple more hands left. We've been playing on bonus time. Thank you to everybody that stuck with us. It's 281 of you continuing to watch the stream. 217 likes, 2 dislikes. Shout out to the 2 dislikes. Thank you so much for that. It was probably the 2 people that saw us miscall that straight hand, and I don't really blame you.
Yeah, it was definitely only 2 people that saw
But
it.
only 2.
That's it.
But we've learned our
Not
lesson. So it looks like something is happening here. There's like 14 straddles out now. 10, 20, 40, 80, 160, 320.
This may be the final hand. I know we had a little bit of an extra delay there, and I think that may have been what threw us off here a little bit. But this looks like it could be the final hand. At least the actions of it.
$320 straddle in the cutoff by Donkey.
I love it.
This could get out of hand. Hopefully everybody has some nice coordinated hands and all the money gets in.
I'm the big blind in first act. How is this possible?
Button's like, please, aces.
Sorry, I'm afraid I'm the button and I'm under the gun.
He's potting it. He's going all in.
There we go.
I wonder what he's got. He saw 1 ace, I think, and then was like, you know what, I'm getting it in there. Oh, my. Red, aces. Ace, 6, 8. You like to see that. Oh, P-Fox has king, jack 10 with a suit. Yeah, that's a pretty nice hand to go all in with 1,500 in the pot already. Debo's all in for 2,100 with the 9-7-6-6 with a suit. This hand is about to get way out of line. Joe's calculating the odds here. I'm confused where the action is now.
I was confused where the action started.
So, okay, so the action is changing. Red folded the aces there. And maybe he just didn't want to get in there and gamble. Carlos, ace, jack, deuce, 4,300 behind, facing an $800 bet, but 2 big-time gamblers behind him. Do you flat here and risk getting 4-bet for all the money? Patrick in here, any reasonable hand will do. King 7, 6-5 for him. He's got 2,500 behind. Does he just ship it in here and try to win a massive pot? No, he's going to fold, donate his 160 into the pot. Donkey, queen 9, 3 deuce. You don't like seeing that, but he's here to gamble. So he is going to call the $804. 3-handed, so P-Fox could potentially triple up here on one of the last couple hands of the stream. This should be very interesting. 3,000 in the pot before the flop. 2 players remain. There's still about $6,300 between Donkey and Carlos. Looks like they're doing some business right now. Is he talking about checking it down? Maybe not. Going to a flop. 8-8 king. P-Fox flops kings full. He is elated right now. What an awesome feeling.
Wow. Putting
$800 in and just flopping the joint. Nice.
It's about the dream flop there.
And the guy that folded aces is feeling good about his fold now. Oh, man. P-Fox is like, read them and weep, boys.
Here they are.
And it looks like they checked it all the way down. And P-Fox is going to ship that $3,000 pot. Ran it one time. Nice job. Wow.
Done.
One and done. Only a couple more hands remain. Yeah, I mean, I imagine Red is talking through his fold with the aces there. He must have had a reason for that. I mean, of course, he had a reason for that. But, you know, I can't think of many better spots where there's all that money in all that dead money in, and you have aces. I feel like you just got to put it in there. But results, you know, if we're going to be results oriented, P-Fox flop kings full, and Red didn't get busted.
All right, looks like this might be the last hand here. Looks like they're doing a
$100 bomb pot, maybe. $100 some
looks
kind.
like actually a flip they're doing here.
$100 flip.
Yeah. So let's see.
All right.
Who's gonna wake up with the best?
So 900 in the pot. A $100 flip. $100 ante per person. Good luck to all. Thank you to all that have stayed past the 10 p.m. hour, stuck with the stream. Be interesting to see who gets the final look. Patrick's got pocket aces. Ace, queen, 7 with a suit. Joe's got king, jack, 9. It's just a flip. All right, so we're just going to have a run out, turn, and a river, and we'll see who wins. And Patrick flopped trip aces. P-Fox flopped a queen high flush. And it looks like P-Fox is going to kill pot this one as well.
Wow.
Flopping the queen high flush. He's going to see the good news. He likes to see that queen of spades. He likes to see that 10 of spades. P-Fox is going to ship the last 2 hands in a row. So he just made quite the swing. And I think that's going to about do it for this Wednesday night stream. Thank you to everybody that tuned in to this 125 Uncapped PLO cash game on TCH Live. My name is Ben Kirby. I was here with our GM, Victor. Thank you for spending so much time tonight, and I hope you have a great St. Patrick's Day. And be sure to tune in tomorrow night for TCH Live Austin and Saturday night for a continuation of TCH Live Dallas. Thank you, everybody, and have a great week.
Appreciate you guys.